Pocket FM.
To unlock all the episodes, click the link in bio.
So you're drinking your daughter's face?
Forgive me, my heart.
Edgar's patience was running dry. He had already rejected 3 proposals that evening.
How disappointing. I must bid you good night.
But the king said that he couldn't wait to see you with a duchess by your side.
With all due respect, I'd rather marry my horse than any of you. A bit dark and a bit late for a lady with marriage.
Daughter of Baron Desmond Barrett would fill him with remorse.
Cursed!
You're much quicker on your feet than I expected. The rumors about your timidity and reclusive nature are clearly false. Join me in my residence tomorrow on the edge of town. I'd love to discuss this further.
But father would never allow it.
I must be mistaken then. I thought you wanted to leave.
She wanted to, but couldn't think fast enough to stop him.
Duke Collins!
But it would have to wait. Alessandra's sister had arrived.
Father told me to find you. Are you out here all alone?
Kate Barrett, I presume. I was just about to.
Kate's blood boiled at the sight of Alessandra.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry that thing has bothered you. It wasn't meant to be out here.
She is your sister, and I'm sure she doesn't appreciate being referred to as...
The Duke was disappointed at seeing Alessandra was no longer around. Disappointed?
Oh, sweetie, siblings often have little pet names for each other, do they not? You were an only child, so I can forgive you for that.
I'm sure that excuse allows you to sleep quite soundly at night.
Kate would do anything to make the Duke see she'd make a good wife. Her family had a problem, and he was their best solution.
The stories do not do your justice, Duke Collins. I must admit, I was hoping to get you here alone. A man of your position and a woman of my beauty would make a powerful union. Don't you agree?
As hard as it may be to believe, not all men are so susceptible to the fluttering of your eyelashes. Besides, I received another, more promising offer. Now, if you'll excuse me.
The Duke didn't.
Who told you that? We were never told to send it here.
Alessandra did not like thinking ill of people, but she also distinctly remembered her stepmother promising to inform the kitchen staff.
Maybe it just got lost in all the shuffle. Just a month ago, they were laying off half the staff. Now we have this party and there's not enough of us to handle the job. What were they thinking?
Haven't you heard? Duke Collins longs for a wife. And my father wants him to marry Kate.
So that's the reason. Well, I can only imagine she's driving him mad.
I've spoken with him.
The Duke? Alessandra? I've heard stories he's killed 14 men in one night.
There are also many stories about me as well. Do you believe them?
Of course not.
I can't tell you what we spoke about, but I will say I am hopeful for some very good news.
Is this your new escape plan? For all you know, he's the reason young girls are disappearing. What do you need?
The coachman. I am not close with them, but you are. Can you ask them to deliver me to the Duke's tomorrow? Only for a few hours. Thinking about life.
It'll get better soon.
For every rain cloud, there's a rainbow, right?
When was the last time you saw a rainbow here in Lockwood? I was going to say, happiness is when the next shipment of rum comes in.
Thank you.
Someday, Alessandra thought. Besides Mario, the other staff had a tendency to avoid Alessandra. Still, she was always polite to them.
Yoo-hoo, barmaid, I'm in need of some refreshments.
All right, I'll see you back at the kitchen. You should be more careful with vulgarity. Stepmother might see you.
Please. Please don't hurt me.
What? Hurt you?
Alessandra knew there were many rumors spread about her. So many, she could hardly keep track of all of them.
If you see under my mask, you die. Is that what they...
My lady, please. It'll get cold.
Alessandra knew there was only one reason the maids wouldn't just leave food at the door and run.
Kate is here. I will come back for you later.
Alessandra, get up here this instant.
Coming. What is it?
Good morning, sister.
Good morning.
Leave us. Did you enjoy yourself last night, Alessandra?
Very much so. The music reached my room.
Tell me, what was it you were discussing with Duke Collins last night?
He scolded me for being unable to recognize someone of his stature, and then you arrived.
Is that so? Was there anything else?
He spoke briefly of you.
What did he say?
He pondered aloud, weighed his options. He thought you were pretty, like a doll, I swear.
That makes sense. He's playing hard to get. And I suppose there really would be no reason for him to talk to you unless it was about me.
Of course.
Well, anyway, I'm appalled you had the audacity to speak with him. You risked dissuading him from marrying into our houses by showing your hideous face.
Why did you do that? Ah! Stop!
Father, it was an accident.
As callous as Baron Barrett could be towards his daughter, he did not abide her direct mistreatment.
I shall see to her discipline then. Run along. What have I taken guests out to the garden?
I needed dinner. You want me to starve?
Fine, fine. There's absolutely no point scolding you. Whoever didn't bring your food is to blame. I'm sorry about what Kate did to you, but she's just looking out for the family. You must be bored in your room all alone all the time. Let me prepare for some entertainment for you.
Can I take the stagecoach to look for places of interest to paint today? I promise I will not leave the carriage.
The Baron understood it was better to allow a pet bird some freedom, so she would not test the limits of her cage.
Very well.
Indeed. I've known you for far too long. Please refrain from speaking such a way when my guest arrives. I intend to make her the lady of the house.
What?
Edgar knew he could trust Alfred to keep a secret or two.
Are you surprised?
Well, I recall your exact words to the king were, "I'd sooner cut off my own manhood than lose it to a woman." But surely I've misinterpreted your intent.
Alfred, I sincerely believe I inherited my dramatic nature from you. I'm not interested in marriage, but the woman I met last night is intriguing. A perfect way to piss off the king and ward off some other people.
So, who should I be expecting?
Alessandra marveled at the size of the Duke's estate and the beautiful manor at the center of it all that seemed to tower over everything.
This place is humongous.
Good morning.
Good morning to you too.
Welcome, Alessandra Barrett. The Duke eagerly awaits you.
Alessandra worried that her mask might be a problem, but per the Duke's orders, Alfred had already instructed the staff not to react when they saw it.
Right this way, Millie.
Wait, I didn't get your name.
Alfred. Most people never ask.
Most people are cruel. Well met, Alfred.
Show up. Have you eaten?
This was the first time in years Alessandra had been invited to eat at a table with someone.
Thank you.
So, how did you escape? Did you play a trick on the Baron, or did he allow you to leave willingly?
I am not working with my father, I assure you. In fact, I took a great risk being here today. You must know that I am extremely serious about this. There's no going back for me.
Does your father hate you?
Alessandra hoped he didn't, at least. In truth, she did not know.
Hate is the wrong word. Ashamed.
And he should be. But not of you. Every child deserves to be cherished by their parents. It's unfortunate that you were born under his charge.
If I were the daughter of some farmer, they would have tossed me out with the other weeds.
Would a farmer's daughter have intentionally been disfigured, such as yourself? The life of a peasant is rare.
I never pictured that person to be quite as grand as you. But you fulfill all the criteria. There are only two things that I considered, Duke Collins. One, you are a notoriously private person, in spite of all the rumors that swirl about you. Secondly, you are quite capable of bringing my family to heel.
And how does that benefit me?
No one would dare bother a man with a cursed bride. Especially one they say can kill with a glance.
She was far from that scared girl he met in the garden the night before.
I'd love to attend parties. To talk. To laugh. To dance. I'd rather die than live another day in the shadows.
Good.
Good.
What happened to your hand?
I
My main concern is secrecy. And if you let slip we married under this circumstance, it will ruin your reputation far more than mine. One more thing. We're to be married, henceforth, forever. To have and to hold. Until death.
forever.
Of course.
Do you intend me to bear children?
Oh, hide your worries. I have no need for a child to dirty these halls just yet.
And you wouldn't mind me mothering that child? Eventually?
I don't understand the question.
You don't understand?
You're getting on my nerves. You think if I was uncomfortable with the idea, I would entertain the prospect of marrying you.
Can we take a walk?
Incidents resulted.
I appreciate your kindness. And I do believe you can protect me from rumors after our wedding, but...
Rumors are such messy things, especially when they concern our personal lives. Though they often come in handy in my line of work.
Line of work?
The king enlisted me to investigate certain criminal acts on his behalf. My station gives me a few advantages that a normal constable does not have.
Alessandra recalled Mario telling her that Duke Collins had accosted her father over information on the missing women.
Is that why you were at the party last night? You were looking for information?
Your father enticed me with the prospect. He had nothing to share that I didn't already know.
I apologize on behalf of my father. He is quite enthusiastic about you marrying Kate. Likely saw an opportunity to encourage your meeting.
As soon as we're wed, your family shall be forbidden from entering my home. I hope you don't mind.
She did not.
Thank you so much for the lovely tour. You have a beautiful home. I'm quite jealous of your paintings.
My mother would complain that the walls were too bare. What do you think to yourself?
I dabble.
She did more than dabble. It was her favorite pastime. Nothing compared to the feeling of distilling a bit of life onto canvas.
And how would one go about buying a few Barrett originals?
No, I am not a professional by any means.
I'd rather buy art from someone I know than try and find what others find agreeable.
You've no more room for any paintings of mine.
Alfred, take down the ones from the Bloody Dutchman. The Rembrandt?
Are you insane?
I have consulted a doctor about that. I have a clean bill of health. If you're to live here, then it's very important that you be able to leave your mark on it.
I will send you a few pieces. Thank you, Duke Collins.
Please, call me again.
Thank you, Edgar.
Whatever you think is fair, let Alfred know the price.
Goodbye, Edgar. Goodbye, Al.
Your mother left you. Neither you nor your father seem to realize the suffering it has cost me to put up with you.
I'm sorry.
I hope you enjoyed your day out. It will never happen again. Now, your presence drains me. I'm tired of seeing that revolting mask.
You speak as if you want a part of why I wear it.
It'll all be over soon, she thought.
Kate!
Alessandra grew more desperate by the second. This didn't bode well for the staff.
Why is she running around?
Get me out of here. It's my fault. I should have hid you better and taken you with me.
Has anyone seen my father? Where is he? I need to talk with him.
What is all this incessant whining? Have you lost your damn mind?
Alessandra knew Katrina would refuse to help save the dying cat.
What is that wretched thing? I made it quite clear that I do not want pets in this house.
Still, she had to try for Kitty.
Please, it is in pain. It needs a doctor. Help me and I swear I will find a new owner.
Just throw it out.
Your daughter did this. For once in your life, hold her accountable for what she has done.
Not blame my daughter for your own sins. Do you want to spend another night starving out in the garden?
Kate did many horrible things, but in everyone's eyes, she remained an angel, while Alessandra was called a monster. The girl was tired, so very tired.
This house is just so frustrating.
That does not sound like an apology. You then, take that animal out.
Fine, Alessandra thought. If they see me as a monster, so be it.
Touch me or this kitten, and I will kill you. Mark my words.
Are you listening? I gave you an order. Pry that thing from her arms, or you're out of a job.
This, thought the maid.
Inform the butler that Alessandra is to remain locked in a room. Let her starve in there. When you're done, pack your things and get the hell out.
Katrina had granted Alessandra blessing without realizing it. She wanted to care for the kitten without anyone interrupting her.
If Alessandra gets to keep the cat, it's only fair that I have a puppy. Pretty please, Daddy.
Not a chance, Princess.
But I want it. She gets everything she wants. Alessandra got to speak with the Duke. Well, I hardly got so much as a word.
Kate, don't eat so quickly. You'll never find a good husband if you joke to death. Besides, you still have a chance to woo the Duke at the ball later this week. And for that, you'll need to fit in the corset.
Mother!
She's right, you know. Putting out quite a bit of money on the line for your future. We don't have much left, and we need the Duke to save us.
Sir, Duke Edgar Collins is here to visit. He's brought his butler.
The Duke! Mother!
I didn't know he was visiting. Desmond, did you know?
No. Well, what are you doing standing there? Bring him the Duke right away.
Should I change quickly?
Duke Collins, to what do I owe the honor of this visit?
I have something to discuss with your entire family.
Yes, well then, please, have a seat. Would you care for anything to eat? We're just now having our morning tea.
I've already eaten. Baron, no doubt that you've heard the rumors that I'm looking for a wife.
No, I haven't heard such a preposterous rumor. Is it true, perchance?
I intend to marry your daughter.
What spectacular news!
Kate will make a spectacular bride.
You're mistaken. I intend to marry your other daughter, Alessandra.
Alessandra? My Alessandra? Duke Collins, the townspeople believe her to be cursed. That would surely impact your reputation.
Not so petty as to be concerned with such trivialities. There are plenty of rumors about me.
But
I hope you're not implying that your reputation might be soiled by my visiting here.
no. But kindly, Duke Collins, you and my daughter, two different people.
You're special.
And Alessandra is not.
Edgar was starting to wonder why Alessandra was not eating with her family.
That's not what we meant. But out of my two daughters, Kate is the smarter choice. She has many prospective offers, quite a few young men of high status seeking her hand.
And Kate will be just fine with my rejection. I'm here for Alessandra. Where is she? Why are you hiding her from me?
Duke Collins, it is uncouth of you to keep asking for Alessandra. She does not.
View in the whole house. Alessandra, we have a guest.
Of this. I promise I will rectify it. Please. Tell me.
My kitten passed away this morning, and I am confined to my room for punishment. I can't leave to bury it. Why are you here, Duke Collins?
Her words said, "Why are you here?" But her eyes said, "Where were you?"
I'm here now to ask for your hand. But your family seems to think that's a bad decision. Do you agree?
You said you would protect me.
You've spent your life a sheep among foxes. We can be wolves.
Alessandra, Duke Edgar is no ordinary man. You're not prepared for the demands of high society. Why don't you...
Enough! Father, I've made my decision.
Will Alessandra resist the allure of the Duke? Or will she lose herself in her pursuit of vengeance?
Stop! Your presence strains me, and I tire of seeing that revolting mask.
Not to blame my daughter for your own sins. Do you want to spend another night starving out in the garden?
All right, Duke Collins. Let us be wolves.
What dark secret does Edgar have in store for Alessandra? And what secrets lie under her mask?
Alessandra, now, let's think this over.
Baron. Edgar snapped his fingers in front of the Baron's face. They had been waiting a good minute or so, watching the Baron just stare at nothing.
Duke Edgar, well, I am honored you have taken an interest in Alessandra. As her father, I know what is best for her, and I shall decline your proposal. Again, I suggest you consider my daughter Kate. Alessandra, would you be so kind to step into your room for a moment?
Edgar said with a smile, but it was evident it didn't reach his eyes. Alessandra nodded, stepped back into the room, and closed the door. She jumped when there was a loud thud on the other side, like someone had run into her door. She didn't flinch the second time she heard the noise again. Is this the Duke's way of convincing someone? She asked herself. Her poor father must be trembling in fear. Why did she have to miss that sight?
Alessandra,
her father called, followed by a knock after. That fast, she muttered, opening the door to hear her father's decision. Alessandra watched Edgar fix the cuffs of his shirt, while her father looked distraught. He was here to ask for her hand in marriage, not cause a funeral.
After some time to think, it would be wonderful if you could get married to Edgar. He wishes to speak with you, so I shall leave.
Desmond ran off the first chance he got. His back was aching, thanks to Edgar lifting him up to throw him against the door. What did you do and say to him? Asked Alessandra. It had to be something damaging to make her father give up on pushing Kate as his wife.
I am a man with a lot of information, and your father is a man with a handful of crimes in his pocket. I'll allow one of them to slip by this one time, but after we are officially married, I can't help it if he is investigated for them, said Edgar. Wow, was the only thing Alessandra could say. She was amazed by how easy it was for him to threaten someone to get what he wanted. Knowledge certainly was power, and whatever the Duke knew scared her father. Do you ever worry that others will kill you for knowing their business? If I am always one step ahead of them, I have nothing to worry about. Do not worry. Your husband will not die anytime soon. Can I come in to talk? Anyone could be listening to us.
Edgar looked down the empty hall, but he knew looks could be deceiving. And sometimes walls had ears, thanks to secret places in homes. Oh, right. Alessandra stepped aside for him to come in. She did not care about what gossip could form by him coming into her room alone, as they were going to be married anyway. It's not as grand as your home, but it is my space to get away.
Seems more like a prison.
Edgar had enough of them on his property to know a holding cell when he saw one.
This is your art.
He picked up one of the canvases she had stacked up against a wall. I prefer not to call it a prison. That would make my life seem much sadder. I like to think of it as the only place where anyone could be free. Alessandra intently watched Edgar inspect her bedroom.
From the looks of your family, I could see why you think that. Are you not allowed to leave here? Why weren't you at breakfast? Or was that your own choice?
He carefully placed the canvas back in its place. I am on punishment, Alessandra said, not keeping what happened a secret. Kate threw my kitten out the window, but as always, no one believes how she is. I am meant to be here until I'm ready to apologize.
If you do, I will not marry you.
Edgar wanted her to have more of a backbone and no longer give in to what her family wanted. I never planned to. My kitten died because of Kate's jealousy, and I would never apologize for how angry I'm feeling. I have to bury it once the punishment is lifted. Edgar, is it still an option for me to come and live with you until we get married? Alessandra no longer wanted to stay with her family. Edgar leaned back against a wall, folding his arms. No. Alessandra didn't understand why he wouldn't agree to it when he was the one to mention it first. Why not?
Alessandra, I won't have a wife who allows others to walk over her. Don't let them run you away from here with your tail between your legs, or allow them to torture you any further. You are going to be my wife. My name carries more power than you seem to realize. Use it,
he advised her. Alessandra might not notice it yet, but things were slowly starting to change due to this one visit. Her family could no longer lay a hand on her because of her soon-to-be husband. I did not want to use your name to deal with my family drama. I just wanted it to be able to leave, Alessandra replied. It would feel wrong. You marrying me is already more than enough.
Do not run away from here a coward, Alessandra. Gracefully leave this place with your head up. I don't care how you use my name to torture these people here. Just do it. Stop pretending to be afraid because you think it's safer to cower than to fight back. That act you do ends now. Don't you agree?
Edgar extended his hand out for Alessandra to take for them to rejoin her family.
Start gaining that confidence you spoke of.
There were a lot of things Alessandra wanted to do in her home if she had someone to back her. Not that she did. She almost let the opportunity slip to do as she pleased. Deep down, she was glad the Duke was pushing her in this direction. She was wearing more than one mask in her life. The physical one to hide her face, and the one she used to act timidly in front of her family. One of those masks had to come off today.
Yes.
She accepted Edgar's hand.
Desmond, you cannot be considering Alessandra being the one to marry the Duke,
Katrina said when Desmond returned to the table.
He is hell-bent on marrying Alessandra, and she has agreed. I have no choice but to entertain it.
Desmond took up a napkin from the table to clean the sweat dripping from his forehead.
He threatened me. Still, we have to think about Kate here. Do you know how embarrassing it will be for her to lose Edgar to Alessandra? For heaven's sake, the girl wears a mask. Has the Duke seen her face? Something isn't right.
Katrina couldn't make sense of what was happening.
Did you find out what was said between the two of them the night of the party? Alessandra had to be lying. She must be threatening the Duke,
Kate concluded. It was the only thing making sense to her.
Kate, how on earth would Alessandra be able to threaten a man like Edgar when she is always here?
Desmond was trying to make sense of the situation, but the theory Kate came up with was ridiculous.
I have said many times that man is unpredictable. We will never understand why he picked Alessandra. Father, you can't allow him to marry her. I have worked too hard for a moment like this for it to go to Alessandra. She's only agreeing to this to irk me. I will speak with the Duke.
Kate's chair screeched as she stood up. There was no way she would lose to Alessandra again.
Speak with me about what?
Edgar asked as he entered the dining room, but he was not alone. Alessandra was right beside him, holding his hand as she walked.
I'm sure the Baron has told you the good news, that Alessandra and I shall wed soon. Alfred, the gifts? Yes, young master.
Alfred moved as quickly as he could to place each of the gifts in front of the 3 family members.
There will be more gifts to be delivered here, but this is just a small taste of what is to come. I hope it is to your liking. Do you wish to sit, Alessandra?
Edgar pulled out a chair for her.
Thank you.
Alessandra replied and took a seat in the chair. The first person her eyes went to was Kate, since her sister was the one watching her the most.
You have not opened the gift, Kate. You?
Kate started, but stopped herself when she met the Duke's eyes. They were daring her to say something he wouldn't like.
Why is he acting like this now?
She thought.
Alessandra, please enlighten us about what is happening. Why did you say yes to the Duke? You are not one to want to get married,
said Katrina.
No one has ever asked me, Mother. I am thrilled to marry a man like the Duke. I've heard many good things about him, thanks to Kate. Isn't he a good man, Kate?
Alessandra glanced at her fuming sister.
He was mine,
Kate replied, ignoring her father signaling for her to shut up. She sat back down, unable to stand and watch the Duke be protective of Alessandra.
I don't remember ever giving you that idea, Kate. I thought we had gotten rid of the drug which causes one to see things that are not real. Are they still around, Baron?
Edgar said as he stood over where Alessandra sat.
Of course not. It has been gotten rid of a long time ago. As I recall, you took quite a few of them. I would hate to know your younger daughter has gotten her hands on them. If that is the case, I shall pity her desperate attempts to gain my affection, when I stated I would never have any romantic feelings for her. I can take you to get treated,
Edgar offered Kate. Her delusion in thinking they were something more than strangers irked his soul.
I would have been able to take you at the same time I would have taken Alessandra's kitten to be healed, but it has unfortunately passed away. To be thrown against something is quite painful. Isn't that right, Baron?
Edgar subtly recalled his earlier conversation with the Baron.
Yes.
Desmond could still feel the pain from being thrown against Alessandra's door by Edgar.
No offense, Duke Edgar, but you cannot waltz into our home and get involved with our family issues. You are not married to Alessandra as yet. Whatever happened to the kitten is none of your concern. Alessandra knows there are no pets allowed.
Katrina did not want the issue with the kitten discussed, since Kate's name would be mentioned.
Forgive me. Alessandra is now my fiancée, and anything that makes her upset concerns me. I care for her so much I could kill anyone who upsets her.
Edgar glared at Kate. He had a feeling out of the 3, Kate was the one harming Alessandra the most. He had one thing in common with Alessandra so far, a dislike for Kate. Kate fidgeted in her seat as she picked up on the warning Edgar was sending her. She clenched her fists out of anger under the table, to the point her nails were painfully digging into her skin, but she didn't feel anything. Edgar placed his hand on Alessandra's shoulder for her to start speaking up.
I have not eaten yet. Please, set the table for me, Mother.
Alessandra said to Katrina. Katrina scoffed, disgusted by Alessandra calling her mother and ordering her to set the table for her.
She's finally showing how crazy she is.
Katrina bit her tongue to refrain from arguing with Alessandra. The Duke was standing behind Alessandra defensively, like an animal waiting to attack anyone who offended its master. Katrina had many things to say to Alessandra, but she would wait for when the Duke left.
Katrina, do it now.
Desmond felt like he was the only one seeing the gravity of the situation they were in. The Duke, for some reason, was smitten by Alessandra,
which meant they could not trouble his daughter or Edgar might truly kill them. Desmond knew the true face of Edgar Collins, unlike his wife and daughter. The man was merely toying with them right now, but once he got bored, his true personality would show up.
Thanks to the punishment, I have not eaten since yesterday morning. You have to hurry before the food becomes cold, Mother.
Alessandra made sure to add emphasis to the word mother to get under Katrina's skin. She planned to make this house uncomfortable for the three of them, just as it was for her.
I will be back.
Katrina suddenly didn't mind leaving, since she needed to grab hold of something to break.
Why aren't there maids stationed in the dining room to fetch whatever you need?
Asked Edgar. He knew the Baron was running low on funds, but he did not know it was this bad. Why did the idiot just throw a party when he could have used that money to hire more workers or to invest in something? Desmond's forehead continued to sweat as he felt embarrassed.
If you had given me a notice you would be arriving, I would have placed the maids in here to serve you and Alessandra well. You're saying I should have given you a heads up so you could place an illusion as if you have many workers?
Edgar saw right through Desmond's. Alessandra smiled, enjoying her father being called out and the sight of him unable to talk back to the Duke. She realized now that her father could only pick on those he viewed as beneath him. Alessandra finally saw how pathetic he truly was. While Alessandra was enjoying her father breaking down, the sight of her smiling angered Kate even more.
Are you enjoying this, Alessandra? This is ridiculous.
Kate scoffed.
Don't think this will last long. You should work on getting over your jealousy, Kate. Green is not a good look for you,
Alessandra replied. Edgar snickered due to the fact Kate was wearing a green dress, so Alessandra's words had a double meaning. He wanted to applaud her for slowly coming out of her shell.
You!
Kate smacked the table and abruptly stood up.
Do you think his interest in you will last long after he sees what is under that mask? Edgar, before you confirm this marriage, shouldn't you take a look at her face? Aren't you curious about what she's hiding? She's truly repulsive once you see it. Shall we show him, Alessandra?
Alessandra could not respond to Kate's words. She could not show Edgar her face yet, as she was not that confident.
There is no need for me to do that,
Edgar answered in place of Alessandra.
I have seen her face without the mask before. How dare you stand here and lie about her face to me?
Alessandra's eyes went wide upon hearing his confession. She could not place where the Duke would have ever been able to see her face without the mask. She only took it off in her bedroom. Unless he saw her when she was younger, before the accident happened, and she chose to wear a mask.
I'm lying about her face?
Kate said the words slowly to make sense of them. How on earth could she be lying about how disgusting Alessandra's face was? It led her to believe Edgar had not seen Alessandra's face and was lying to her.
I am not the liar here, Edgar.
I will excuse you for what you said. As they say, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. You don't seem to have a good eye, Kate. Alessandra's beauty is none of your concern, as you are not the one marrying her. I suggest you either sit back down or leave before you irritate me more than you already have.
Edgar, please be kind to my sister. Kate has always liked you, so this will be hard for her to handle. Please understand,
Alessandra said, adding salt to Kate's wound.
I am the only sane one here.
Kate stormed off, tired of trying to be the voice of reason for Edgar.
I will speak with her.
Desmond said, then scurried off to stop Kate. He felt the need to smack common sense into her since she wasn't using her brain.
Kate, wait for me. Do not walk away from me.
What do you want, Father? Kate turned around, revealing tears threatening from her eyes. Are you here to make me go back and play nice with Alessandra? That was supposed to be me. She is stealing my dream, and you were just letting it happen. All for what? A gift?
You stupid girl. Do you think I wanted Alessandra to be the one to marry Edgar? I already made a deal for her to marry someone else, and now I am screwed. You have not lost Edgar yet.
Desmond looked off to the side, plotting how they would make use of the situation. Kate wiped away a fallen tear, confused as to how she had not lost. He came to ask for her hand in marriage.
Kate, it takes a while to plan for a wedding, and there are those moments where the person you are looking to marry can change. Edgar might start off wanting to marry Alessandra, but if you play your cards right, his attention can shift to you. You need to stop acting like a child.
He scolded her. Desmond had a full view this morning of why Kate never caught Edgar's interest. She was too impulsive and childish in front of Edgar. She was acting like Edgar was just a random man off the street.
When in the presence of the Duke, you must act like a refined lady. Alessandra will be your tool to get close to the Duke. Alessandra is scared of you, so be kind to her in these coming days. If she complains to the Duke about you, he will not want to be around you. Go back there and apologize for what you did to that kitten.
Father! Kate exclaimed. It was one thing to play nice with Alessandra, but it was another to have to apologize when Alessandra deserved it. It was just an animal anyway.
You!
Desmond raised his hand in the air to slap Kate, but stopped himself.
Kate, so help me, I will slap you. Do you think you'll get close to Alessandra when she is upset about the kitten? You can't get to the Duke if you don't have a good relationship with her. What matters most now? Your pride? Or letting Edgar slip out of your fingers?
Edgar, obviously, Kate muttered, but it still hurt her deeply to have to apologize. My wedding better make everyone jealous of me. She finally agreed to her father's plans.
Good.
Desmond clapped his hands.
We must go back now.
Father, who is the man you had to marry Alessandra? I never heard anything about it from my mother, said Kate.
Just an old friend. It'll help us settle some debts.
Desmond remembered the deal offered to him. His friend had a taste for unique things, and nothing was more unique than his rumored masked daughter. I see. That is a fate more suited for Alessandra than living as the Duke's wife. Kate grinned, picturing Alessandra's face the moment she would learn she would not be the one marrying the Duke in the end. Desmond and Kate walked back into the dining room to find Katrina placing a plate of food in front of Alessandra like a maid serving her master. Alessandra did not thank Katrina for fetching the food. Instead, she picked up her fork to taste the eggs. You see, you took so long and now the egg is cold. I have never enjoyed cold eggs, Katrina. Why do you keep giving them to me?
We're back.
Desmond cut off Katrina before she could say the wrong thing.
Alessandra, Kate has something she wishes to say to you.
He pushed Kate forward. I'm sorry. The bitter words left Kate's mouth. For? In Alessandra's opinion, Kate had a lot to be sorry for. Therefore, she needed to be more specific. Hurting your kitten.
You did more than hurt it. The animal died. If you're going to apologize, do it right.
Edgar interjected. If this was the best apology she could come up with, she could save it.
Feeling warmth against his hand, Edgar looked down to see Alessandra had touched his hand, an indication to let him know she would handle this. I am sorry for killing your kitten, Alessandra. My emotions got the best of me yesterday, and to hear that the kitten has died makes me feel really bad. I'm also sorry for the way I have acted toward you in front of Edgar. I hope you will be happy with him. Please forgive me. Kate dug her nails into her skin as the words left her mouth. Alessandra wanted to laugh in Kate's face. They really thought she was stupid to not realize they were going to play her. She knew her father and Kate better than they realized, but instead of calling them out, she wanted to have fun. Apology accepted. That's good, Desmond smiled, glad Alessandra was quick to forgive Kate. His daughter was always too kind for her own good. I was not finished, Father. Alessandra looked at her father with clear annoyance written all over her face. Since she has admitted her fault in the matter, she should take responsibility for burying the kitten. Kate is not your maid. Do not take things too far. Katrina tried to step in before Alessandra could make Kate look like a fool. Kate was a baron's daughter, not a maid, and she would be damned if she allowed Kate to dig a grave. It's fine, Mother. It shouldn't be too hard to dig a grave for the kitten. It is my fault after all. Hopefully, with this, we can mend our relationship, Alessandra. Kate held out her hand to call a truce between her and Alessandra. Alessandra merely looked at Kate's hand, not moving to accept it. She had a better idea just from looking at Kate's hand. It was clear Kate never had to lift a finger in her life. I just remembered, I heard the gardener below my window saying the shovel we have is broken. Kate retreated her hand, secretly glad the shovel was broken. Too bad. We'll have to wait for a new one to arrive. Not really. The hole wouldn't need to be too big. I remember Katrina making me tend to the garden with nothing but my hands as a punishment. It shouldn't be too hard for you, said Alessandra. Kate scoffed, disgusted by what Alessandra was suggesting. I hope you are not expecting me to dig out a hole with my hands, Alessandra. That is what I'm expecting. Alessandra stated the obvious. It was never an issue when Katrina made her do it, and Kate would stand right beside her mother laughing. It has to be quick before the kitten starts to smell, and I want to give it a proper send-off quickly. I am sure it won't be too hard for Kate, said Desmond. It was so minor in his eyes compared to what they were looking to achieve. If Alessandra had asked him to do it, he would have done it in a heartbeat. That's easy for you to say when you aren't the one doing it. Kate glared at her father. Kate put on her best smile to push through Alessandra's punishment. I shall get to it right away. She would have to sacrifice one of her pairs of gloves to do the job, since she was not going to let her bare hand touch the soil. Kate also had a way to get back at Alessandra for making her do this lowly job. Katrina watched in horror as Kate walked away to dig a hole with her hands. Her daughter must have lost her mind at the same time her husband did. Kate, she called, chasing after Kate to stop her from embarrassing herself. Alfred, the final gift, please, Edgar said now that the drama was partially over with. He had the final piece to confirm his engagement to Alessandra. Yes, young master. Alfred showed a small box he had with him. You are too kind, Edgar. The gift to me was already enough. Desmond rubbed his hands, patiently waiting to see what else he was going to receive. This is not for you. Edgar glared at the greedy man. This is for my future bride. He got down on one knee beside where Alessandra sat and opened the box to reveal a diamond ring.
Alessandra had completely forgotten about a ring. She was taken aback by the size of it, as all the jewelry she had was small in comparison to it. Won't that be uncomfortable? She wondered.
You don't like it? It's a family heirloom.
Edgar snapped the box shut after seeing her reaction to the ring. There was no point in giving her something she wouldn't like. As quickly as he got down on one knee, Edgar got back up.
I will find you something better by the end of the day. Wait,
Desmond stuttered, confused as to why Alessandra didn't like such a big ring. She would probably be wearing their house on her finger.
Give her a moment to think, Duke Edgar. She must be in shock at how big, how splendid it is. Well,
Edgar waited to hear from Alessandra, but it was clear from her body language she did not like it. Alessandra thought it would be rude of her to not accept the ring he brought to her, but she couldn't imagine walking around with such a large object on her finger. She preferred to be honest with the Duke, and considering he didn't look offended, she knew he wouldn't mind. It is too large, she softly replied.
There is nothing as too large,
Desmond argued, annoyed by Alessandra's response. This was why he'd rather have Kate be the one marry Edgar. Kate knew the value of material things and how much they mattered. Alessandra was nothing more than a fool.
I will find something more suited for you.
Edgar dismissed the Baron's comment. There was something too large if Alessandra didn't like it. He made the mistake of not finding something Alessandra would like, instead of giving her what was passed down for generations. The ring he brought was made for a woman long ago and passed down to her children. At some point, one had to consider the woman being proposed to would like a ring made for them, rather than one made for someone else and passed down.
When we meet again, I shall place that ring on your finger. Baron, send Alessandra with all her things to start living with me in 2 days' time. I shall have a separate bedroom for her until we are wed, and you have my word I shall not touch her.
Alessandra was surprised to hear he wanted her to come live with him in 2 days' time. She'd asked to come live with him while they were in her bedroom, only to be rejected. And now he was saying yes. She could not figure out what Edgar was thinking.
What?
Desmond asked in belief. It was not in the plan for Alessandra to go live with Edgar. If she did that, there was no way for Kate to be able to interact with him, as Edgar won't casually visit their home.
I don't think that's a good idea. What will the people say? It's not the first time a woman has stayed with her future husband until the wedding, and it will not be the last. There is a lot to be planned, and many dinners for Alessandra to attend. I would rather have her next to me than the back and forth. It is nothing to discuss, as it is final,
said Edgar.
Alfred, prepare the carriage for us to leave. This house is starting to irritate me,
Edgar muttered as he started to feel uncomfortable. His hate for the Baron's house did not decrease.
Come see me out,
he told Alessandra.
Excuse me, Father,
Alessandra said, stepping up from her seat to walk with the Duke. She held on to Edgar's hand, walking side by side as they followed the butler out while leaving her father in a panic.
You can finally breathe now,
Edgar said when they got outside, away from prying eyes. Alessandra stumbled as she stepped outside the home and would have fallen if not for Edgar holding on to her.
I can't believe I just did that.
Her knees had suddenly gone weak as what she did dawned on her.
I enjoyed the show, Alessandra. Finally, some good entertainment in the Baron's home. I'd bet it felt really good to speak to them like that,
said Edgar. Alessandra's fire had only started to burn, and he would shield her from anyone looking to put it out. He saw something in her today that no one else did. The town had no idea what was coming their way. With his help, Alessandra would become a woman to not be messed with. It did feel good. I am used to making up these kinds of scenarios in my head, and now it has finally happened. I did forget how to breathe back there, and I was so nervous I would have tripped over my words. Alessandra clutched her dress, finding the moment to be surreal. You did good. Edgar patted her head. The show was 10 times better for those watching Alessandra, and it would be even better when she becomes more confident in herself. Alessandra looked down at the floor, feeling strange to receive a compliment from Edgar and a pat on the head. It felt nice to have someone do this for her. She wanted to work harder to receive more compliments from him. Thank you, she replied. Edgar smiled, viewing Alessandra as a small kitten, something he needed to nurture and protect.
Duke Edgar,
Desmond said, interrupting the moment. Edgar rolled his eyes, taking his hand away from Alessandra's head.
What is it, Baron? I came to see you off as you were my guest. Please, come again. Alessandra, I want to have a word with your father. Until next time.
Edgar picked up her right hand and kissed the back of it. Okay, Alessandra replied, leaving to give the two men some privacy. As she passed by her father, she saw how nervous he became to speak with Edgar all alone.
Do not sweat, Baron. I want to have a civil conversation with you. Come closer.
Edgar motioned for him to do so.
Closer, Baron. Yes.
Desmond felt déjà vu at this moment, but Edgar had already gotten what he wanted, which was Alessandra. Therefore, there was no need for him to be attacked again.
Edgar, wait,
he exclaimed as Edgar's hand grabbed hold of his slender neck.
One strand out of place. One cut on her skin. One complaint from her mouth, and I will kill you and your wife.
Edgar gripped Desmond's neck tighter for the Baron to understand he wasn't playing around.
Treat her well while I'm being nice to you.
Understood? Desmond quickly shook his head, unable to use words thanks to the grip on his neck. Any more tighter, and Edgar just might break it. What part of this was being civil?
Good.
Edgar released the Baron's neck with a shove.
Look at you, all disheveled.
He fixed Desmond's shirt, smoothing out the ruffled parts. Desmond kept his head down, bearing with Edgar harshly patting his shoulders to smooth out his clothes. Never in his life was he so embarrassed by someone coming into his house and treating him like he was not the owner.
I don't look forward to you being my father-in-law. There's so much I had to kill you for, but since you are loved by your daughter for some reason, I shall keep you alive. Do you understand what I mean, Baron? If Alessandra's love for you runs out, I shall consider killing you.
I understand, Duke Edgar, said Desmond.
I am handing you the opportunity to correct the mistakes you made with her. See to it that you do not ruin this for her.
As much as Edgar disliked the Baron, he could tell Alessandra was longing for positive interaction from her family. And from what he witnessed today, the Baron was the one she was most likely to get it from. He was putting the task on the Baron to ask as a father in 2 days, and to shield Alessandra from the two women. Whether or not Alessandra would like her father's newfound interest in her was completely up to Alessandra. Alessandra and her father could either have a heart-to-heart moment where the Baron apologized for not properly protecting her, or Alessandra would see there was no hope for her family.
Edgar, would you...
Desmond trailed off when he heard footsteps walking away from him. He looked up to see Edgar walking back to his carriage without saying goodbye.
I should have just hit him when he was here. That little shit,
Desmond muttered.
He can only act like this because of his name and the king. Does he think I'll let him get away with treating me like a fool inside of my home? Where on earth is Alessandra?
Desmond went back inside to look for his oldest child. She had not told the truth about what she discussed with the Duke at his party, unless she was going to say Edgar fell in love with her at first sight.
What?
Desmond cursed. Alessandra wore a mask covering half of her face. She had ruined her beauty a long time ago. There were countless beautiful young women like Kate for Edgar to fall in love with.
Alessandra!
Desmond yelled after finding the dining room to be empty. Katrina had brought the plate of breakfast for nothing, as it was still on the table untouched.
Alessandra!
His voice thundered through the home. Yes, Father? Alessandra came from the direction of the kitchen. She was going to let Mario give her warm food until she heard her name being called. Now that Edgar was gone, everything would go back to normal.
Care to explain to me how this union between you and Edgar came about? Do not talk about love at first sight.
Am I not beautiful enough for Edgar to fall in love with me at first sight, Father? Remember when I was younger, you would parade me around and show everyone how beautiful I was. Alessandra smiled, remembering the faint memory.
That was before...
Before this? Alessandra touched her mask. It was. What a long time it has been. Everything changed after that.
You cannot blame me for what happened,
said Desmond. I blame you for not taking control of what happened afterward, Father. And yes, I blamed you for what caused it. The Duke did not fall in love with me at first sight, Father. Such a thing would never happen. Alessandra truly believed her words. She was many things, but not a fool.
Then what was said between the two of you? Tell me everything from the beginning.
Desmond's curiosity had become unbearable. He had to know what Alessandra did that Kate could not after all these years. I already told you what was said, Father. I do not know why the Duke picked me instead of Kate. I'm sorry the daughter you wanted with him was not chosen. Is that all, Father? Is there nothing more you have to say to me? She was waiting for him to truly state what he planned to do about her engagement. Alessandra already knew he would do everything in his power to somehow get Kate to take her spot. To her surprise, he said something completely different.
All eyes will be on you, Alessandra. Do your best. What are you going to eat now?
Desmond was doing just as the Duke instructed him to. Although he was angry with Alessandra about a few things, now was not the time to grill her when Edgar was so adamant about killing him. Alessandra was unable to respond for the first couple of seconds. She did not get the reaction she was expecting. Therefore, she did not know how to react. She wondered if the Duke said something to her father to make him act like this. I am going to the kitchen for warm food.
I see. Forgive Kate and Katrina for the things they have done. You have to understand their point of view. When you are done, go back to your...
Desmond had to quickly stop himself. He was making the mistake of sending Alessandra back into her bedroom to be out of sight.
Do whatever you want.
Understand their point of view? Alessandra wanted to laugh in his face for saying such a ridiculous thing. Why did she have to be the one to understand everyone's actions towards her and have to forgive them? Why couldn't everyone else admit their faults instead? To see her father have no shame in saying these things was disgusting. Her father was only trying to play nice to avoid Edgar's wrath.
I picked a good man, she thought, as Edgar was doing a good job in shielding her so far. Edgar handed her the opportunity of 2 days where her family had to play nice to her. They could do nothing in those 2 days, for when the Duke arrived to collect her, should there be anything out of place, he would take his anger out on them. Alessandra accepted the illusion of having a family who got along with her for 2 days. She wanted to see what life would have been had she not been outcasted for most of her life. Even if it was all fake, she would enjoy it to the fullest. "Thank you," she replied to her father. It would be fun to mess with them while they could do nothing but hold in their anger and smile. A perfect ending to their ill-fated relationship. After these 2 days, she would completely cut ties with her family, ending on a fake good note rather than arguing.
"Excuse me, I'm going to find Kate and Katrina."
Alessandra watched in amusement as her father turned his back on her to go plot with Kate and Katrina. Edgar was right to not let her come stay with him so easily. There was so much fun for her to have here.
"Kate, you must be out of your goddamn mind if you're thinking of digging a hole. She has no right to order you around. Get up."
Katrina bent down to pull Kate up from the ground where Kate was squatting. "Mother, we only have to play nice for now. Father's going to find a way to make me be the one to marry the Duke." Kate shook off her mother's hands and continued to dig. "Ah!" she yelled, falling to the side when an earthworm popped out of the dirt. "That is why I said to get up, Kate." Katrina stepped back as she, too, was afraid of the tiny creature. "This is ridiculous. This is so gross. This better all be worth it in the end. I am not letting her take what's mine." Kate used a stick to fling the worm from in front of her. "Father already has someone he's going to marry Alessandra off to, so she can't marry Edgar." "Really? He never mentioned anything to me," said Katrina.
"You wouldn't have kept your mouth shut if I did. Kate, Alessandra is going to the kitchen. Get someone else to do it."
Desmond didn't like seeing his daughter looking like a servant. "You there," Kate called out to a passing maid. She was more than happy to make someone else do the dirty work. "Finish digging this hole with your hands right away." "Did Edgar leave, or is he in the kitchen with Alessandra? I want to have a word with that girl."
"You can't, Katrina. The Duke made it quite clear if we mess with her in the 2 days she's here, he will kill both of us. I wouldn't take his words lightly."
Desmond coughed, still feeling Edgar's grip around his neck.
"Play nice with her."
Katrina couldn't believe Edgar threatened to kill her. She placed her hand on her forehead as she almost stumbled backward from the shock. Wasn't it enough that Alessandra stole Edgar from Kate? She must have placed a spell on that man. Is she really cursed? "I told you we should have thrown her out long ago, but no one ever listens to me. What do we have to do now, Father? Edgar seems to be wrapped around her finger if he threatened you. Alessandra must have cursed him." Kate was starting to believe that more than anything else. Desmond didn't believe it like his wife and daughter, but he couldn't understand what was happening. He was starting to question if the Duke really did fall in love with Alessandra at first sight.
"I can't allow Alessandra to go live with the Duke on her own in 2 days.
"She's going to live with him? In his big mansion?" Kate exclaimed, taken aback by this news. "Father!" she whined, stomping her right foot repeatedly. It wasn't fair Alessandra would get the luxury of living with Edgar.
"I am going to send you there with her as an escort. That is the only way I will allow Alessandra to go with him, and it's the only way for you to get close to the Duke. This is your last chance, Kate. If you mess this up, there is nothing else I can do for you. You must seduce Edgar while you're there.
It would be better if I became pregnant with his child. He would have no choice but to take me instead of Alessandra. We all know the Duke isn't going to sleep with her, and he's still a man. He needs someone to lay with, Kate suggested. She didn't mind sleeping with a man like the Duke when she wasn't wed.
Kate! Katrina wasn't so sure of this. It was best for Kate to keep her virtue. I agree with Kate, Desmond said, ignoring the fact that Kate would be sleeping with someone when she wasn't married. He found the whole virtue thing to be ridiculous now. She just needs one try to get pregnant. We wouldn't have to worry about her virtue as she'll end up with the Duke. As much as Katrina wanted Kate to be with Edgar, she preferred to continue with the principles she raised Kate with, to only sleep with a man she was married to, or else she would be ruined. Are you sure you can do this, Kate? Of course, Mother. His only other option would be Alessandra. Do you really want her to become the Duchess instead of me? I will seduce the Duke and have his child. It would help if his mother would come around. She likes me. Kate recalled her run-in with the woman. Due to chasing around behind Edgar, Kate had met his mother once before, and after a short conversation, his mother was rooting for her. I should start picking out my finest dresses now. Excuse me, Mother, Father. Kate, you have to finish burying the kitten. Don't do anything stupid these 2 days. Desmond was worried for his life and didn't trust Kate to understand the gravity of the situation. Do this first. Let Alessandra know you are done, and then start packing. Yes, Father, I will get the kitten. Kate was so excited to go live with the Duke that she had forgotten her plan to get revenge on Alessandra for making her dig a hole with her bare hands. Kate hurried off to go to Alessandra's room before she would return to her bedroom. The dead kitten wasn't the only thing she was looking to get. There was something else valuable in Alessandra's room that deserved to be buried. Do you really think I would let her get away with stealing what belongs to me? Kate opened the door of what she liked to call the vilest room in the home. It belonged to someone who should never have existed. Oh, that stench is horrible. She covered her nose as the faint scent of something horrible filled her nose. It wasn't hard to guess where the dead animal was. Her room is disgusting. Where the hell is it? Kate opened Alessandra's closet, looking for what she truly came for. Her eyes lit up as she found what she was searching for right away. Why are you holding onto the dress of a woman who ran away and left you here, Alessandra? Kate took out Alessandra's mother's wedding dress from her closet. It was no doubt a beautiful dress, but something like this was not suited for someone as gloomy as Alessandra. Kate was doing her a favor by getting rid of it. It would have been perfect to show Alessandra the dress getting buried, but she was meant to play nice. This took away a piece of the fun, but it still felt good. Kate quickly closed back the closet as she had found it and grabbed the box with the dead kitten. The stench no longer bothered her now that she was going to get her revenge. Kate wrapped the wedding dress around the box as she hurried back outside. Reaching the door leading outside, she peeked outside to make sure her parents weren't still standing where the hole was being dug. They're gone, she smiled. She was glad they had left, or her father would have stopped her from doing this. Kate approached the maid, who was still digging out the hole with her hands, to drop the dress and box into it. Cover that up as fast as you can.
My lady, this is... What gives you the right to question me? Do as I say, or I shall have you fired. If anyone asks who went to get this box, I shall tell them you did. And what will you say? Kate stepped on the maid's hand, awaiting the obvious answer. I was the one who got it, the maid sobbed. Wonderful. You people do have common sense after all. Now, hurry. Kate stood with her arms folded, excited to see the dress be buried. Mario. Alessandra called as she entered the quiet kitchen. Now that breakfast was practically over, there was hardly anyone in the kitchen until it was time to wash the dishes used.
Alessandra? This is new. You've never come to me at this time of day, and last I heard you were being punished. Did everyone else leave?
Mario asked, surprised to see her casually walking around. Today is a special day for a change, as I got engaged to the Duke. Alessandra couldn't wait to share the special news with Mario. You should have been there to witness everyone's facial expressions.
I can imagine. I am shocked, though I kind of expected it. But wait a minute.
Mario looked around for a chair to make Alessandra comfortable enough to tell him what happened. If only he could have been a fly on the wall to see Kate's face out of everyone's.
There we go.
I love that you are extra kind when there is gossip about my family involved. Alessandra sat down on the chair he found.
I don't know why you still refer to them as your family. The Duke will be your family now. Screw these heartless people,
Mario said as he took his own seat. If he was in Alessandra's position, he would have let the Duke just kill them. I am not married to Edgar yet, and at the end of the day, they are still my family, even if I don't like them. I'm going to be here with them for 2 more days, and then I'll be going to live with the Duke.
What?
Mario's eyes went wide. He wasn't expecting Alessandra to be leaving so soon.
See, this is why I don't like Edgar. He is stealing away the only Barrett I like.
I told you to come with me. I can ask him to pay off your debt. Both of us should leave this place, said Alessandra. Mario was her only friend here, so it was only right that she helped him leave this place with her. Mario shook his head, turning down the offer once again.
I'm going to work off my debt myself. You just need to worry about yourself and enjoy your new luxury life. Now tell me, how did they react?
Kate looked so distraught. She whined like a little child and stormed off, but then came back to apologize. I didn't forgive her so easily. Right now, she is supposed to dig a hole with her bare hands.
We both know Kate probably has someone digging that hole for her, since you are here with me. But I like what you're doing. Make sure you mess with her mother, too.
Mario hated Katrina more than anything in this world. I have a couple of things in mind, but first, breakfast, please? I ordered Katrina to bring me food, but it was...
That was for you? She dropped those eggs on the floor and then put them back on the plate. Please tell me you didn't eat any of it because these floors are not clean.
Mario wanted to throw up just from thinking about it. Alessandra had a clear flashback of her tasting the eggs. I did eat a tiny bite of it. As bad as that was, it is not the first time she has ever done something to my food. I remember she sent me a plate of nothing but leftovers from their plates to eat. I've experienced every kind of torture here. Mario sat up to cook something for Alessandra.
This is why you must never fall for their tricks and be kind to them. Make their lives hell, or I shall never speak to you ever again. torture the hell out of Kate and Katrina. I plan to, but no buts, Alessandra.
Mario stopped her right in her tracks. She was always too kind for her own good. Mario, the person I have the biggest issue with is neither Kate nor Katrina. It is with my father. He's the one who should have protected me from his second wife and everyone else who looks at me with disgust because of rumors. He never did anything to help me. Alessandra could not get over her father, looking her in the eye without any shame and saying it was not possible for Edgar to fall in love with her at first sight. How could anyone love her when her father didn't? I have waited so long for my father to come to comfort me, and not once has he ever come to me. It was always Katrina or Kate with a smile on their face before they made my life hell. My father only cares about his money and reputation. I will take what he loves so that he knows what it means to have nothing, Alessandra stated. I feel the need to hug you, Alessandra, but you are now an engaged woman. You are all grown up now, destroying people and shit. Mario understood why her main issue was with her father. Had the Baron put his foot down, his wife and daughter wouldn't have the opportunity to mess with Alessandra. It's still going to be fun to make Katrina and Kate lose their minds. Alessandra had a lot planned for them already. Everything they did to her would be handed back to them. This house will finally be interesting. The food is going to take a minute. Are you going to wait here or go somewhere else? You are practically the lady of the house, with the Duke as your knight in shining armor. The words felt strange to Mario when he said them out loud. I will get a book to read. As much as I enjoy being able to walk around freely, this house is honestly draining, and there's nothing to do. I'll be back. Alessandra sat up to get a book from her bedroom. She also wanted to check on what Kate had done so far. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear, Alessandra muttered as she had not made it far away from the kitchen before running into Kate. Kate, are you done already? Obviously, look at my hands. Kate showed the dirty gloves she wore when she had started to dig. We should be even with this. Kate, I can hardly count how many things you have done to me for us to be even. This is a start for you to make amends with me. Do not think I have forgiven you just because you dug a hole, Alessandra said. Why? I'm trying to be nice to you, Alessandra. We are sisters, and it's about time you start acting like it. You're about to be a married woman. Stop acting like a child. I know you, Kate. I know the real you. And I won't fall for this illusion you and Father are creating, like you're trying to be nice to me. Save your breath and energy. Alessandra saw right through Kate the moment she apologized. I do not know what you're talking about. Why don't you go outside and see where your little dead animal is buried? It was more fun than I expected. Kate grinned, tempted to tell Alessandra what she had done. Excuse me, I have to go back to my room to clean up. You should really clean your bedroom, Alessandra. It stinks. Alessandra grabbed Kate's arm, preventing her from leaving. What did you do, Kate? Do not touch me, Alessandra. I am being nice right now. Kate shoved Alessandra's hand away. If you knew me well, you would know not to play with me. As I said, I am going to my room to get cleaned up. Are you going to stand here or check on my hard work? You. Alessandra clenched her fists, tempted to slap Kate, but held herself back. She did not want to resort to violence like Kate always did. Instead, she left to go outside to see what Kate had done. Her father was stupid to think Kate could play nice with anyone.
Kate had no idea what it meant to be nice. Alessandra prayed Kate had not disrespected the kitten further after she had already killed it. Coming across the hallway leading down to her room or to go outside, Alessandra found her door ajar, meaning someone had been in it. She made the decision to check on her bedroom first. Alessandra cautiously walked up to the door and slowly pushed it all the way open, but found nothing out of place at first glance. The box with the kitten was gone, which meant Kate took it. Alessandra knew there had to be either something wrong with her bedroom or where the kitten was buried, based on how happy Kate was. Alessandra continued to look around her bedroom, still finding it to be as she left it. Her canvases were as she left them. Her bed still looked made up, her books were neat, and the only scent in the room was due to the kitten. Did she rip up my clothes again? Alessandra went up to the closet and opened it to see if Kate had destroyed her clothes again. No. She instantly knew what was missing as soon as she opened the closet doors. Her mother's dress was front and center in her closet after she had been thinking of getting married recently. It was one of the few things she had that had belonged to her mother. Alessandra did not know whether to laugh or cry about the situation. But one thing for sure, she regretted not slapping Kate when they were face to face. Alessandra felt the need to break something to release the anger she felt. But instead of doing so, she decided to take that anger out on Kate. Alessandra dragged her feet to her window, where the barn was in perfect view. If she mentions a word of this to Father, then I'm screwed. Kate only now realized the gravity of her actions as she was alone in her bathroom, sitting in a tub of water. Her father made it quite clear they had to be nice to Alessandra, but how could she simply allow Alessandra to boss her around? What's the point in being nice to Alessandra when he's going to make Edgar take me along in 2 days? Kate sighed, resting her head against the edge of the tub. They're going to gas up her head. We should make her remember her place. Kate didn't like how her family allowed Alessandra to walk around the home freely. She was meant to be hidden away in her room, or, better yet, in a cell. Alessandra had become the hideous daughter no one wanted to see, and it was meant to stay that way. All eyes were meant to be on Kate. Kate held out her fingers, looking at the 3 broken nails, thanks to her starting the hole Alessandra wanted. Her parents never asked her to do chores or do anything a servant should, but Alessandra ordered her to, and now her beautiful nails were ruined. I will not be kind to Alessandra. Kate made up her mind. She couldn't do that even if she tried her hardest. She hated Alessandra to the moon and back. I'm going to make her regret having Edgar propose to her. I should make a cell and throw her in it to never see the light of day. You cannot go in there. Kate glanced at her bathroom door, confused by the sudden ruckus. Her personal maid knew not to interrupt or let anyone in while she was bathing. Suddenly, the bathroom door swung open, but Kate had not seen the person yet. Have you lost your mind? Alessandra? Kate sat up when Alessandra stepped into her view with a bucket in her hand. What is that awful smell? Kate covered her nose as an awful smell filled her bathroom. It was much worse than the dead kitten. Kate, go and dig up my mother's dress right now, said Alessandra through gritted teeth. She was only giving Kate one chance to do the right thing. Are you crazy? Why would I dig up something covered in mud?
hell out of my room. Are you not aware of how much you stink?
Kate couldn't bear the smell that followed Alessandra.
Why the hell does it smell so familiar?
You are full of shit, Kate. Alessandra threw the contents in the bucket she carried towards Kate in the tub. Kate's eyes were wide open as a brown substance flew towards her face and the surrounding area in the tub.
What is...
Kate trailed off as she saw something floating in the tub, changing the water from crystal clear to brown. If possible, Kate's eyes opened wider as she realized what Alessandra had thrown at her. She should have guessed the smell was none other than horse shit, but it had not registered in her mind earlier. Kate tried to scramble out of the tub to get away from the shit floating around, even though her head was already covered in it. Unfortunately, as she stepped out of the tub, Kate slipped on shit and spilled water, falling to the floor in more of the horse shit which had not made its way into the tub.
No.
Kate started to freak out even more as her leg was now covered in shit. She almost hurled, disgusted by the sight and smell of it.
It suits your personality, Kate. Did you honestly think I would let you get away with ruining my mother's dress? You have to be the crazy one,
Alessandra said, walking to the sink to turn on the water while Kate began to have a breakdown. Alessandra placed the bucket in the sink to let it fill up halfway while she swirled it around to mix up the remaining pieces of shit with the fresh water.
Get this off of me!
Kate cried as she grabbed a cloth to start wiping it off. She quickly rubbed off the shit from her face, hands, and her hair, but the scent was something she could not easily get rid of. It felt like she had it in her mouth, and each time she swallowed, she could taste it.
I'm going to kill you for this.
Kate screamed when Alessandra threw the second batch on her. As it was more water now, some of it made its way into Kate's mouth as it was open while she was talking. It was the final straw for Kate, making her throw up right on the floor.
If you step 1 foot into the room, I will throw more on her.
Alessandra glared at Kate's maid, Sally, who was trying to sneak her way in to help Kate.
You deserve every moment of this, Kate. You are disgusting and full of shit. I was wrong when I said my issue was just with my father. I was being too kind to Kate,
Alessandra said to herself. She was glad to have realized her mistake early on. Alessandra didn't want to just mess with Kate for these 2 days. She wanted to ruin her life.
I will make sure we are even, Kate. I will repay what you started to do to my face. I will make it so that you will have no choice but to wear a mask, and I will steal your happiness from you. Do you think I'm afraid of you?
Kate wiped away traces of vomit from her mouth.
Do you think you scare me? No, but you have always been jealous of me, Kate. You can never handle attention not being on you. And this dangerous jealousy started when we were younger.
Alessandra stooped down to Kate's level.
You should have been angry at our father for always having a favorite. A perfect daughter he could always use.
Kate scoffed, offended by Alessandra's words. There was nothing to be jealous of when it came to Alessandra.
Why would I be jealous of you? I am beautiful, smart, wanted by all men. You try so hard to forget the past, Kate. A time when you were in my shadow as Father paraded me around. We could have been good sisters had you not fed into your jealousy. I tried so many times to forgive you as you were merely wishing to have Father's attention on you, but you are beyond forgiving. Do not look down on me.
Kate lunged forward to
pull the mask Alessandra wore from her face. It was easy for Alessandra to talk when her face was hidden. Alessandra almost stumbled forward due to the mask being roughly pulled away from her face. As Alessandra looked up to get the mask back from Kate's hands, Kate chuckled, seeing the scars were still evident.
You are still hideous,
Kate said in triumph. Alessandra had no place to talk about anyone being jealous of her when her face was horrible.
I would hide my face from the world if I were you too.
Kate flinched, moving the mask further away when she thought Alessandra was trying to reach for it. But to her surprise, Alessandra pushed her. Thanks to how Kate was sitting, Alessandra was able to push Kate backward with only one hand, and then grab both of Kate's hands to pin her down against the wet floor. The back of Kate's body would be covered in what was left on the floor. Kate struggled to get out of Alessandra's grasp and used her feet to try to kick Alessandra off of her, but it did not work.
Get off of me! Sally, help me right now!
Kate yelled to the maid.
One day, your face will share the same fate as mine, Kate. I'm going to make sure you wish you were dead, just like I once did. Always remember, your actions are responsible for the woman I shall become. Be prepared, Kate. I'm done with being too nice,
Alessandra warned her.
Fear looks good on you, Kate. I want to see it again soon.
Alessandra snatched back her mask from Kate, thanks to her being distracted. Alessandra released Kate's other hand as she was finished with what she had come for. She placed her mask back onto her face as she stood up, looking down at the pitiful state of Kate.
You should bring more maids to help her get cleaned up. She's filthy,
Alessandra told Sally, who stood by the door in shock. Sally had never once witnessed anyone bring this much shame to Kate. Kate was normally the ringleader, the one to embarrass others, but now she lay naked in shit. It was a good sight to her, and for once in her time working here, she liked Alessandra. Alessandra did what no other person could when it came to Kate.
Hello?
Alessandra waved her hand to get Sally's attention. It was evident the maid was enjoying this, but if she wanted to keep her job, she should move quickly to help Kate right now.
I am going to tell my mother and father of this.
Kate sat up, fuming with rage. Never in her life had she been so embarrassed like this. A baron's daughter was not meant to be treated like this. Not by someone like Alessandra. Not even by the king himself.
Please do. But you seem to forget one important detail. Father can do nothing while I am to wed the Duke. He'll simply say you deserved it and laugh it off while your mother bites her tongue. Do you really want to waste your breath? I've been in your position too many times, and it's better to just shut up. If Edgar calls this marriage off, then you're dead. Do you not realize that? Be careful with what you do now, Alessandra. Men change their minds so easily when a better option comes along, and then you'll be trapped with us again.
Kate could hardly wait for it to happen. She'll get rid of the confidence Alessandra was starting to have and make her timider than she was before.
I know how easy men can change their minds, Kate. I've heard of your suitors marrying your friends instead. Goodbye.
Alessandra proceeded to leave the bathroom. The stench was starting to become overbearing, and it would no longer be a good day if she spent too much time with Kate. Just in case Kate was stupid enough to retaliate again, Alessandra knew it was best to return to her room to pack up and hide everything that was valuable to her.
My lady. My lady?
Kate glared at Sally. A personal maid wasn't useful if they were only going to stand to the side while someone threw literal shit at their master. You are fired. Send someone else to do your job right now. She threw the dirty cloth she wiped her body with at Sally. How many people are they going to fire? Alessandra muttered as she exited Kate's bedroom. The house is already empty. The cooks act as servers. The gardener acts as the coachman. And next you know, we'll have a cow thinking it also has to be a horse. Alessandra didn't know what her father could be doing with his money for the house to be in such a state. The amount of money he spent on the party would have been enough to turn things around. He did all of that expecting the Duke would find interest in Kate, but it did not work. Why couldn't they have taken Kate to a place the Duke frequents, instead of spending so much money? Alessandra shook her head. They were depending on Kate's marriage to turn their situation back around, but the best person to do that was now marrying Alessandra. Unless Kate has a flash marriage, I will be the one to save this house. But the Duke does not care for my father to give him a large sum of money, Alessandra thought to herself. I don't want to ask the Duke for any money either. It's best to let my father drown himself with what he created, Alessandra whispered. Still, Kate's marriage could save them. Alessandra didn't know what to do as of yet. It had not been long since her engagement to Edgar. It's better to take time to plan rather than rush things. It would be better to slowly ruin them than to get it over quickly. To ruin them quickly would not be satisfying enough for Alessandra. Reaching the hall leading to her bedroom, Alessandra decided to go outside to check where Kate had buried the kitten and her mother's dress. It wasn't hard to find the spot, as it was the only patch of dirt piled up outside like an anthill. Alessandra stared down at the hole in which her mother's dress was buried. She was tempted to dig it up, but if she did, Kate would have won. Getting down on her knees to dig back up the hole after making Kate do it would make Kate happy. I'm sorry, Mother. Alessandra apologized as she made the decision to leave the dress as it was. It is with the kitten who kept me company while you were away. This might be better than me wearing it. If you ever return and wish to have it, I shall dig it up myself and place it back into your hands. I have some of your belongings saved for when you return, so I can give them back to you. If you can't return for me, return for your belongings. When I do give them back to you, you should apologize for leaving me here with my father. You should have a good explanation for why you ran away and left your daughter here, or I shall ruin you along with my father. Alessandra never forgave her mother for leaving her while she ran away from her marriage. Still, Alessandra sat patiently, waiting for her mother to remember the daughter she left behind and to come back for her. She wanted to hear what excuse her mother would have and how she would make up for it. It's unfair for me to have two bad parents, Mother. I'm putting faith in you to return and ask for forgiveness. The world cannot hate me so much to put me through this. I hope that you are still alive and return quickly, said Alessandra. Alessandra would never go looking for her mother. Instead, she had a date on which she would stop caring, and should her mother ever appear before her, she would be nothing more than a stranger. Then, she would truly believe the world hated her enough to curse her with this life.
Where the hell is she?
Alessandra looked up at the sound of Katrina's angry voice.
You!
Katrina exclaimed when she caught sight of Alessandra outside. She leaned her upper body out a window to get a better view of Alessandra.
What on earth did you do to my daughter?
I threw her personality onto her, Alessandra bluntly replied. Do you wish for me to do the same to you, Mother?
I told you never to call me mother, you evil girl. You have to be out of your mind to throw shit on Kate. Has your jealousy not gone far enough?
Katrina questioned. Her anger increased the more she looked at Alessandra. Katrina was bewildered to hear of what Alessandra did to Kate and how no one stopped her. Alessandra was always intrigued by everyone thinking she was jealous of Kate. When had she ever shown them that she was jealous? I have never been jealous of Kate. It has always been the other way around. Katrina chuckled, finding Alessandra to be funny.
Kate? Jealous of you? Such a thing as...
Isn't that why you hated me too? Kate was never the center of attention when I was around, and you could not stand the daughter of your husband's first wife outshining your child. I can see where Kate gets her denial from. Funny, I thought it was from my father, said Alessandra, as she for so long believed it came from her father's side of the family.
Are you crazy?
How many times am I going to be asked this? It is annoying, Alessandra muttered, tired of the repeated question. My answer is yes, so that you can stop asking me. I must be crazy for the crap I put up for so long.
You...
Katrina trailed off, unsure of who was standing before her. Alessandra was never like this. She was never one to talk back and quietly did as she was told.
You are only acting like this because of your engagement.
Obviously, but you have no room to talk when you have done the same thing. You act all high and mighty because you are a baron's wife. From your attitude, you would think you married the king. My father is not that great for you to act this way, Alessandra honestly stated. Her father's reputation slowly decreased throughout the years, and many of his high-status friends were hardly around. He was lucky to still have connections with the king. I suppose his wealth will make him great in your eyes, though these days, his wealth is not like what it used to be. I wonder what he's spending all his income on for our house to be in such a state. That's something to add to the list. In this house, the Baron thinks he is the king. Hilarious. Alessandra chuckled, finding their house to be backward. Maybe I should think I am a bird, and then I could fly away. Alessandra humored herself.
There's nothing wrong with your father's finances. Look at the amount of land the king has placed in his name. Look at how wonderful our farm is, how grand the inside of our home is. Your father has enough wealth to live like a king if he wishes to.
You truly complete my father. Alessandra viewed Katrina as idiotic as her father. The money must have been drained away to make Katrina and Kate live like royalty, too. Her father married a wife he could not afford to keep for all these years, and then they made a daughter who was no different from the mother.
You must be punished for what you did to Kate.
Alessandra looked away from a delusional Katrina. Why? I was punishing her for burying my mother's dress when she was only supposed to bury the kitten. Katrina did not care about the awful dress. Still, I'm tired of you talking so much, Katrina. You agitate me.
What on earth have you become? Do you really think you can be this way because Edgar threatened your father? I will not allow my daughter to be embarrassed by the likes of you. Stay there.
Katrina ordered Alessandra while she would make her way outside. I'm not a dog. Alessandra started to leave, not wanting to hear what else Katrina had to say. Is this really their way of trying to be nice to me? They couldn't last one day.
Alessandra, do not run away from me,
Katrina yelled as she arrived outside, only to find Alessandra leaving. Are your eyes not working? I'm not running away. I am gracefully walking away. Mother? Alessandra would keep using the word mother as long as it annoyed Katrina. In the past, it was the only thing she could do as revenge for Katrina.
Stop right there.
Katrina picked up both sides of her dress to run after Alessandra. Alessandra was highly amused when she looked back to find Katrina was chasing after her. It was quite the sight, as it was odd for Katrina to be running around. Wow, was the only thing she could say.
Alessandra!
Katrina grabbed onto Alessandra's shoulder to stop her from hurrying away.
I told you to stay right there.
Alessandra smacked Katrina's hand away from harshly gripping her shoulder. Do not touch me, Katrina. Kate had what was coming for her for messing with my mother's dress. If anyone was to ruin that dress, it would have been me. Instead of always trying to punish me, you should spend more time teaching your daughter manners before she ends up old and alone.
The Duke won't always be guarding you, Alessandra. Men change their minds so easily.
So, Kate learned that from you. Why am I not surprised? Since that is what the two of you believe. I shall hold on to him forever, Katrina. I said... Alessandra caught Katrina's hand when it was raised to slap her. Do not touch me. I am tired of being your punching bag, she screamed, tiredness of her torture evident in her voice. Alessandra gripped Katrina's hand, pushing it back until Katrina winced from the pain. Since you came here, I have tried to have nothing but positive thoughts. Do you know how hard it is to not fall into the deep end and let my negative thoughts consume me? Even when the Duke's sword is pointed at your necks, you are still determined to hurt me. Are you determined to make me become a madwoman? Do not keep pushing me. If those thoughts truly consume me, I might end up killing all of you. Even now, when the voice in my head is telling me to just end you, I'm trying to hold on. Alessandra was alone for such a long time that she had no one to talk to but herself. The person she created in her head was meant to be a friend to keep her happy. But as Kate and Katrina's torture increased, the voice in her head changed to telling her cruel things. Befriending Mario and the kitten had saved her, but the voice always lingered in her head. There was nothing she could do to escape what she had created, and her newfound anger toward her family was not helping. Leave me alone, Alessandra released Katrina's hand. Her other hand twitched at the thought of pushing Katrina down and repeatedly beating her with a stick, just as Katrina had once done to her. You've tortured me for many years, Katrina. Sit quietly while I do the same to you. Alessandra left Katrina alone so that the woman could choose her next move carefully. Katrina could either chase after her again, but face retaliation far worse than what Alessandra had just done to Kate, or walk away and endure what was to come. Alessandra was satisfied with not hearing Katrina following behind her. However, she stumbled the moment she entered the house and gripped her head from a pain building up. She did not know how to handle all the angry and negative thoughts she had kept at bay for many years, suddenly flooding her head. It was foreign to her as she tried to keep a positive outlook on her life, but she had strayed far away from it today. I will not lose myself, she promised. Time quickly passed in the Baron's home, much to everyone's delight. For Alessandra, it meant she was closer to leaving her childhood home to live with the Duke. For Kate, it meant she would be going to live with Edgar, a surprise Alessandra was not expecting. Katrina was counting down the hours for when she would be rid of Alessandra, even if it meant she was going to live with Edgar. Desmond, on the other hand, couldn't wait for Kate to seduce Edgar and get married to him instead of Alessandra. He was praying she would get pregnant after one night with Edgar. It soon became time for dinner, and with the new changes to the house, Alessandra arrived at the dinner table. She could not remember the last time she came into the dining room to eat dinner with her family. It was always in her room alone, with nothing but the noise from the farm. Alessandra already knew which chair at the table she wanted to sit in as she neared the table. It was the one her mother used to sit in each time they had dinner.
Alessandra?
The butler, James, stopped in his tracks as he entered the dining room to find Alessandra sitting at the head of the table. In his absence, he learned that Alessandra had been proposed to by the Duke, and now she was able to roam around the home as she pleased. Even though Alessandra was engaged to the Duke, James knew Katrina wouldn't be happy to see Alessandra sitting there, so he proceeded to make her move.
My lady, it would be best for you to sit elsewhere. Perhaps here.
He approached the table to pull out another chair. Alessandra looked up at the butler and the seat he was holding out for her.
I prefer the one I am in. Why do you think I sat here?
But
I am not moving. Alessandra stood firm on where she wanted to sit.
You should finish setting the table before the others arrive, rather than wasting my time.
James was at a loss for words with Alessandra not moving. It was already odd enough for her to be seated at the table, but now the way she acted was different.
Katrina will not allow you to sit there.
He switched his tone to something more gentle. He was merely looking out for Alessandra.
I have a feeling she won't mind. Can I get a glass of water when you go back to the kitchen? The pitchers here are empty.
Alessandra was parched after spending the remainder of the day cleaning out her bedroom to get rid of the stench from the dead kitten and starting to pack up her belongings. Due to her not owning many things, by tomorrow morning she would be finished with her packing. James placed down the last utensils on the table and straightened them out. He made sure each time the family gathered to eat, the table would be pure perfection.
I will bring a pitcher for you, Alessandra.
He bowed, then left. Alessandra tapped her finger on the table to pass the time. Sitting at the table did not feel as good as it once did. Then she started to wonder, was sitting at the table ever a good experience? She enjoyed her time with her mother while they ate, but eventually, her parents would start to argue. It was not as good as she believed it to be as a child now that she was older.
This house has always been toxic, but as a child, I thought that was what happiness meant.
Alessandra muttered, leaning back in her chair as her past memories became depressing. She started to think about what else she thought was good as a child, but now that she was older, it certainly wasn't good.
This house has so much negative energy. It deserves to just be burned down. You really are taking this too far.
Kate strutted into the dining room like a new person. It was as if her earlier encounter with Alessandra never happened.
And do as you please, Alessandra. The higher you climb, the further you fall when this blows up in your face.
Alessandra was surprised Kate didn't curse or scream at her for what she had done with the horse shit. That wouldn't have been enough to stop Kate's antics.
I hope you always remember that thanks to the little stunt you pulled today, someone got fired. You should take responsibility. Sally was crying her eyes out.
Kate took a seat far away from Alessandra on the other side of the table. She didn't trust Alessandra would not throw something else on her.
I did not fire her. You did, Kate. Yet again, you pushed the blame for your antics onto me. When are you going to stop?
Do I need to visit your bedroom again? Alessandra taunted Kate with what she did earlier. Luckily, the horses shit every day. I will never forgive what you did. I didn't do it with the expectation you would forgive me. I thought it was obvious I wanted the opposite. The only person here to forgive anyone in this home is me. But you are all lost souls. I shall never forgive any of you, Alessandra said. Are you going to live the rest of your life holding on to the things we did to you? At some point, you have to let it go, or it becomes pathetic. Kate found Alessandra to be nothing more than pitiful. No, I will not spend the rest of my life thinking about any of you. I don't think you'll be around for that long, and I shall be living with the Duke. I'm afraid you will spend more time thinking about me, Kate. I hope I haunt you. Kate placed her hands on the table, interlocking her fingers as she leaned forward in Alessandra's direction. Keep up this confidence, Alessandra. When it crumbles, I'll be there to watch. When this is over, I'll really make your life a living hell. You'll hate me more when that time comes. I have never hated you, Kate. I will admit I have feared you and you have angered me, but I pity you more than anything. Many times I placed myself in your shoes. That does not mean I like you, but I don't hate you. It took me a long time to realize that it has always been pity I felt towards you. Do not look down on me. Kate smacked her hands against the table. She was above Alessandra, so why did she keep trying to look down on her? This is not me looking down on you, Kate. That is me knowing that thanks to our father not giving you the attention you sought, the jealousy you felt created the monster you are now. You are the reason I shall never give in to my bad thoughts. I never want to be like you, Kate, Alessandra stated, glad she held on to who she was. Says the person who threw shit on me. Yes, you're really a saint. How could I forget that? I am not jealous of you, and I have never been in the past. I don't know what delusional memory you have of your childhood, but I suggest you get rid of it right away. It's making me pity you, Kate said as she wanted to be the one looking down on Alessandra. Alessandra had no issue with Kate pitying her, as she did not care about what Kate felt towards her. That is fine. I can't believe Edgar made the decision to propose to you. Ugh, what an idiot. James, please bring me one of my father's best wines. Kate rubbed her temple to calm her nerves. She spent so much time trying to understand Edgar, but failed. He's an idiot because he didn't pick you? Kate, you really are beautiful, but your heart and soul need to be worked on. Alessandra viewed Kate as one of the most beautiful people she'd ever laid eyes on. But Kate's personality was horrible. It was why she had such a hard time keeping a suitor. They all left as soon as they saw past her beauty. You!
What is this I hear about my wine?
Desmond questioned as he entered the dining room with Katrina by his side.
Alessandra, why are you sitting there?
In Desmond's eyes, Alessandra had positioned herself at the table as if she were the lady of the house. I like this chair, Father. Is it really a big deal with me being here? Does Katrina wish to sit here now? The many times I peeped out at the three of you having dinner, lunch, or breakfast, I have never seen Katrina seated here. You can have it if you want. Alessandra started to stand up, but as she expected, her father stopped her. If there was anyone she had complete control over, it was her father.
Sit, sit. It is only a chair, right, darling?
Desmond looked at Katrina for her to confirm it. A chair shouldn't be a big deal in a situation like this.
One more day,
he whispered.
It is not a big deal. You can remain there, Alessandra.
It pained Katrina for these words to leave her mouth. But after Desmond ignored what she told him about Kate and Alessandra, she felt useless. Her husband did not care how much their daughter was embarrassed and only saw the money he could get from Edgar in the future. Katrina was on the fence about Kate sleeping with Edgar to guarantee she would wed him, but now she was fully on board. Kate was right to steal whatever happiness Alessandra thought she owned. Katrina truly believed Alessandra was a psycho after their conversation today, and planned to send her off to a place with others like her. Marrying Alessandra off to her husband's friend would only embarrass them, as the girl lost her mind. Kate gripped her dress, angered by her mother allowing Alessandra to do as she pleased. Kate had no manners when it came to respecting her elders. She was also annoyed her father had not paid any visit to her after learning what Alessandra had done.
Your water?
James returned to the table, placing the pitcher of water Alessandra requested right in front of her. He was surprised to witness nothing had been done for where she sat. Where's the wine, James? It is not right for you to only serve one person. Kate glared at the butler. I ordered you to bring me wine, but you brought her water? Alessandra, you have become the lady of this house. Congratulations. Alessandra ignored Kate, picking up the pitcher to pour herself a glass of water. Kate would be a perfect fit for working in the court, as she enjoyed talking about a lot of nonsense.
Kate!
Desmond shushed her as he sat down at the other end of the table with Kate to his left and Katrina to his right. Unlike what he said earlier, it was not just a chair. He was meant to sit at the head of the table. What? Alessandra does not care about what I said. What did I even say wrong? Look at her. She looks more like the lady of the house than my mother. She's finally getting to do everything she ever dreamed of. Poor little Alessandra. Ow! Kate groaned as the table shook. Kate glared at her father for kicking her under the table. Why was he still holding on to the ridiculous idea of being nice to Alessandra?
Alessandra, how was your day?
Desmond asked in an attempt to change the topic. You shouldn't have stopped her. Alessandra sighed as she placed her almost empty glass of water to the side. I am not going to be comfortable with Kate pretending to be nice when I know what she's really like. I am also not comfortable with you suddenly caring about my day, Father. I would prefer if everyone just shut up. For once in my life, I agree with her. I can't pretend to be nice to her even if someone were to pay me. We should just continue as we have always been. Or you should be the only one nice to her, Father. If anything, it's your love she wants the most. She grew up with parents who didn't love her, said Kate. Alessandra's life was just a big puddle of sadness. This was what she claimed someone was jealous of? Kate covered her mouth with her hand as she snickered to avoid being kicked by her father again.
I have never hated Alessandra. How could a father hate his child? You know that I love you, right, Alessandra?
Desmond smiled, truly believing his words. If he did not love her, why else would she still be living with him when girls her age had already married and started their own families? I know you love me, Alessandra replied, watching as her father's smile widened. From what I viewed love to be as a child, you do love me. From the way you ignore me, look at me with disgust whenever I show myself to your guests by accident, how you allow others to treat me, how you think the Duke could not have fallen in love with me.
That is your love. It is how you were with my mother.
I can only compare it to a mother's love, but it's not like that was much better. Mother ran away, leaving me here with you. I think I've only experienced the bad kinds of love, but it is still love, right? Ugh. Desmond didn't know how to respond to Alessandra's confession. He was certain he had treated her right by keeping her with him after all these years. Any other person would have gotten rid of her.
I have kept you sheltered here for many years.
That is your duty as a father. You are meant to protect your child. Father, after the incident, you were the first one to look at me with disgust. It was you who wanted to hide me away and fed into the rumors of me being cursed, even though you knew the truth. I am sheltered here not to be protected, but for your friends to not see me, Alessandra replied. Keeping her here was not a grand favor when she wanted nothing more than to run away and live somewhere else. Did he really think she liked being here to be tortured by his wife and daughter? If only he had stopped the rumors in the early, or at least stopped what happened to her face, then she would have long left this home and probably be married to someone by now. Katrina couldn't take any more of Alessandra crying and complaining about her life.
You are well above the age to get married. The moment you turned a woman, your father could have kicked you out, but he allowed you to stay here. His duty as a father ended when you became a woman, but you have never been grateful.
Allow me to stay here? Is it not the inheritance you would have to give me should I leave that is keeping me here, Father? Give it to me and I shall leave right now. Alessandra held out her hand for what belonged to her. When you quietly roamed the house, trying to avoid being seen, you would hear many things.
Alessandra, that's not something I can just hand over to you.
Desmond didn't like where the conversation took a turn to. He did not have Alessandra's inheritance anymore. Desmond was certain she would never leave their home. Therefore, he'd used the money as an investment for a business that failed. She wouldn't have needed the inheritance in the marriage deal he set up with a friend. Why not? Katrina and Kate are tired of me. If you give me the money, it is more than enough for me to leave this place and never return. I might even leave town and not marry the Duke. Alessandra continued to push for it. Kate's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Give her the money, Father. Make her leave. It's not possible that you do not have it, right, Father? If I bring this information to the court, you could be investigated, as you are not meant to touch my inheritance. This is why he has never gotten rid of me. Alessandra side-eyed Katrina. This was the reason Alessandra had never asked her father to let her leave. When she overheard him speaking about her inheritance being drained, Alessandra knew she couldn't just leave her family. In the end, she decided to look for a man desperate enough to marry her.
I will gather the money owed to you, Alessandra. Do not mention it to anyone, especially Edgar.
Desmond knew he would be screwed if Edgar found out about what he did. Edgar's father was one of the men who fought for children's inheritance to be protected until they either married or decided to leave their families. A large scandal in the town was what prompted this law. Alessandra's inheritance would have been her dowry for her marriage, but with her reputation, Desmond didn't think she needed it. You didn't think anyone would ever want to marry me? Alessandra didn't have to read his mind to know that was what he was thinking. I will keep my mouth shut. However, you should refrain from ever saying you were nice enough to shelter me here for so long. Understood?
Yes.
Desmond had to clear his throat after stuttering. For a moment, he feared the way Alessandra spoke to him. How did she know about the inheritance being gone? Alessandra held a card that could ruin him should she tell the court about this. For his safety, Desmond was contemplating getting rid of her and telling the Duke she ran away. Kate rolled her eyes, irritated that her father allowed such an easy opportunity to get rid of Alessandra to pass by. Father, why on earth can't you just go get the money tomorrow? Who cares if you spent it? You have plenty more to replace it. Kate didn't understand why her father was acting like he was broke these days. Did he want people to talk about him? Or, more importantly, her? Kate. Katrina tried to shush her daughter before she could upset her husband. Kate was not aware of many things going on, but it was not a good idea to make Desmond angry. Keep quiet and enjoy dinner. Do not forget, you have a lot to plan for what your father has prepared. Alessandra was curious about what Katrina was referring to. She felt like it had something to do with her, but she did not wish to ponder on it for too long. I've already started it, Mother. I've picked out the finest. Shut up! Desmond silenced Kate. If she continued to speak, Kate would no doubt spoil he was making her live with Edgar alongside Alessandra. His oldest daughter was smarter than they ever thought, and it was best to keep her out of the loop. Alessandra now confirmed there was something suspicious going on thanks to her father. They were definitely planning something, and by the end of the second day, it would be revealed. She considered two options. They were either going to find a way to cancel her engagement to Edgar, or they were going to concoct some nonsense plan to get Kate with the Duke. Alessandra didn't bother to tell the obvious fate of their plan failing. It was better to watch them sink themselves. She was relieved to see the butler returning with dinner, and Mario was right behind him with 2 plates in his hand. She could only imagine how furious Mario was for being a server. "Dinner is served," James announced. He carefully watched as the dishes were placed in front of the family, one by one. He meant to speak with the Baron about the need for more workers. The workers were behind on the daily chores because there weren't that many of them for the number of jobs needing to be done. He had been informed of another maid fired for a ridiculous reason. If they kept this up, no one would want to come work for the family. The maid Kate fired was still here, and James was determined to keep her. He could not take on any more responsibility than he had now. "Baron, I would like to have a word." "What is it?" Desmond cut into his meat, refusing to look at James. "Talk quickly, James. You know how I dislike servants talking to me at the table. Have you forgotten your place?" James was offended by the way he was spoken to, but brushed it off. As a butler and a man of low status, he was used to this treatment. "A maid was fired today by the young lady Kate. There is a lot of work to be done around the house, and until a replacement has been hired..." "You fired someone, Kate?" Desmond ignored the rest of what James had to say. He did not give Kate permission to be firing anyone as she pleased. "Have you lost your mind?" There goes their favorite phrase, Alessandra thought as she quietly ate her food. She was disappointed there was nothing special about eating at the table. Her bedroom would be much better than this. "The fool just stood there while Alessandra threw shit on me. What's the point in having a personal maid who does not aid me? I told you and my mother that she was not right for the job. Thank goodness I fired her before she embarrassed me in front of my friends." Kate was angered just from imagining how Sally stood by the door. Desmond pinched the bridge of his nose. He wondered when he went wrong with Kate. "Kate, she is the daughter of a fallen household. She is the perfect person to be your personal maid,
as she has had enough education before her family was doomed. Desmond intentionally left it being cheaper to hire Sally than others. The girl was desperate to provide for her family, which was used to riches. Kate wasn't aware of Sally's background. Even better, I don't know how she could show her face after her family has lost their wealth. She should have learned from Alessandra and hid her face. I don't want someone who fell from grace beside me, she chuckled. I wasn't aware that was the type of background the girl had, Katrina said to Desmond. She agreed with Kate now that she knew this. How many things does he hide from me? She wondered. Desmond's usefulness was running out the more secrets he kept from Katrina. The love she forced herself to have for him was slowly disappearing now that his wealth wasn't that grand. There was no reason for her to continue having a husband. The girl stays. James, inform her of it right away, Desmond told the butler. He was not going to allow Katrina nor Kate to change his mind. This was practically Kate's 100th personal maid, and he was not going to let this one slip by. Father, Kate whined. She looked to her mother for help, but her mother shook her head. Very well. I shall make her quit. Kate had many ways of getting rid of someone she did not like. If Sally wanted to stay, she would have to endure what Kate sent her way. I'll take her. All three heads turned to Alessandra, now remembering there was a fourth person at the table. Alessandra was in need of a maid, someone to report to her what was being said by the workers and family members when she was not around. I am in need of a personal maid. I shouldn't wait for Edgar to provide me with one. Not my maid, Kate disagreed as if she had not been the one to fire Sally in the first place. You are in need of a maid. Desmond now realized this fact. Father! Kate could not believe her ears. A moment ago, he was forcing her to keep the maid, and now he was handing her off to Alessandra. I want her. You cannot give Alessandra what is mine. Can I have the girl or not? Alessandra didn't want to prolong knowing if she would be given Sally as her personal maid. As a lesson for Kate, Desmond decided to go against what she wanted. James, tell the girl she is now Alessandra's maid. Yes, sir. James bowed, then went off to find the girl crying her eyes out over the loss of her job. Kate pushed her chair back, creating a skin-crawling sound at the wood chair screeching against the floor. I have nothing to say to you. Kate walked away from the table, preferring to be alone before she said something to her father she would regret. Katrina, teach that girl some manners, said Desmond. Katrina gripped her fork as she heard the faint sound of Alessandra laughing. Not too long ago, Alessandra told her to teach Kate manners. For her husband to do the same was embarrassing. Katrina refused to say anything to fuel Alessandra's growing ego. Baron, a message has arrived for you. James hurried back to the table. The Baron had warned him many times to alert him right away when this person tried contacting him. No more interruptions, James, Desmond said as he took an envelope from James. His eyes went wide, and his skin turned pale once he saw the name written across the back of the envelope. The message came from none other than William Lancaster, the man who wanted Alessandra. James, prepare the carriage for my departure. Desmond quickly shoved the note back into the envelope after he read the contents. William was summoning him to talk about Alessandra once again. Carriage? Who is the letter from? Why are you going to someone at a time when you are meant to be eating dinner? Desmond! Katrina's words fell on deaf ears as Desmond stood up to leave. This is more important than dinner. Take care of the house while I'm away.
Desmond left the table in a hurry to get to William. Katrina sighed, looking at the food Desmond barely touched on his plate. Kate had left the table, and now her husband, too. She enjoyed having dinner with the two of them, but now it was returned. Katrina glared at the person responsible for dinner being ruined. "It is my fault," Alessandra said before Katrina could blame her for the table being so vacant. "I can control Kate's feelings to make her leave, and I live a double life as the person who sent my father the letter." "I do not need your sarcasm," Katrina spat. Alessandra played with a potato on her plate and said, "Your eyes looked to me as the reason dinner was ruined. I thought it was only fitting I tried to make up the most stupid way I could be the one to ruin dinner. This family truly needs to learn to take accountability for their actions." "Ha!" Katrina scoffed. Never would she have ever imagined getting lessons from Alessandra. "Then why are you pushing what happened to your face onto someone else?" "I never said I wasn't responsible. However, your daughter has a share of the responsibility when it comes to my face, and I will not let her forget it. I hate to ruin dinner further, but I do not wish to waste my time sitting here with you. Good night, Mother." "I am not your mother," Katrina gritted her teeth. With Alessandra leaving, she was the only one left at the dinner table. Instead of leaving, Katrina took her knife and fork to start eating. "I worked so hard to get a Baron's attention for this kind of life. Who should I make my next move on?" Katrina started to plot her next move. Meanwhile, Desmond bit his nails as his nerves increased the further he got from the house. He had no idea why William was requesting his presence so late in the night to speak about his daughter. News of Alessandra's engagement was not known to the town, therefore William could not know about it. Why did I borrow money from William? If I ever find the man who scammed me, I swear I'll kill him on the spot. How dare anyone try to scam me? Desmond was angered by the memory of a man who promised to triple his wealth if he invested a large sum of money into a couple of businesses. The man was nowhere to be found once he received the money, and no matter who Desmond asked about him, each person claimed to not know anyone with the name or description. The man was right not to show his face in the town, or he would be killed for what he had done. "Why has the carriage stopped?" Desmond asked when the carriage suddenly came to a halt. Looking out the window, he knew he was not at William's house as yet. "Baron!" a voice called, sending shivers down Desmond's body. "Why is he here?" Desmond muttered. "William has sent me to escort you in one of his carriages. You should feel honored, you sly dog." The right door opened to reveal one of William's henchmen. "There is nothing wrong with my carriage, Rowan." Desmond glared at the man. Rowan was one of William's most trusted servants. He was always sent to kill anyone William no longer wanted alive, as they were either his enemy or no longer useful. "If you continue to glare at me, I will pick your eyes out with my nails. Get out now, before I consider knocking you out and dragging you in the mud." "Your pick," Rowan grinned, revealing his golden tooth. He played with a small dagger in his hands as he waited for Desmond to make his answer. "Get out of the way." Desmond knew he had no choice but to get out of the carriage. "Move." In the blink of an eye, Rowan pointed the dagger at Desmond's neck. "Do not talk down to me, Baron. I do not share the same status, but I won't hesitate to kill anyone who looks down on me. If only my master would allow me to kill you. I've never gutted a Baron before." "You demon!" Desmond shook from fear. Each time William wanted to scare him, he would always send Rowan to do the job.
Rowan chuckled, pointing the dagger in another direction. He ran his fingers through the strands of his hair, the shade identical to the color of blood. Everyone says it's my hair that makes me look like a demon. But has anyone ever seen a demon to know what they look like? Fools. Rowan frowned. Suddenly annoyed, Desmond had not left the carriage and distracted him instead. His master wouldn't be too happy if they were late. Without a word, Rowan reached forward to get a handful of Desmond's hair and then pulled him from his seat to the muddy ground. I told you I would drag you out. You got mud on my boots. Rowan proceeded to rub his boots into Desmond's clothes to get rid of the mud. Desmond shoved Rowan's shoe away, refusing to be belittled by a murderer. You cannot treat a baron this way. This is why my master hates you. You are not only a baron, but also William Lancaster's servant. When he sends for you, your title does not mean anything. Have you forgotten he saved you from your many debts? Why is it taking so long to bring him your daughter? Silly man. Rowan kicked Desmond in his side, causing him to tumble over in the mud. A baron, rolling around in the mud like a dog. What a sight. If only my master was here to see this. Get up quickly, or I shall kill you for making us late, Rowan said as he walked back to the carriage he arrived in. He looked up at the man hunched over in front of Desmond's carriage. Rowan used a special dart laced with drugs to send the coachman to sleep. It was important that no one knew William was meeting with Desmond. Desmond balled up fists, tempted to attack Rowan for what he had done, but he knew to be patient. When his deal with William would come to an end, and he would be back on his feet, Desmond would have Rowan's head. Good things come to those who wait, he reminded himself. This phrase helped Desmond in a time of hardship, and the reward for waiting was so close he could almost taste it. Alessandra marrying William would benefit him, as Desmond had a bright idea to kill his longtime friend after land and money would be placed in Alessandra's name. It wouldn't be too hard for him to snatch them away from Alessandra and place her back into hiding afterward. The problem with the plan was Edgar. Desmond got to his feet, ignoring the mud on the clothes he paid a fortune for. If William desperately wanted Alessandra, he was the perfect tool to use to push Kate into Edgar's arms while Alessandra got married to William instead. Things are suddenly looking up. Desmond smiled, walking up to the carriage William sent for him. He wasn't too happy about sharing it with Rowan, but, as the man said, William ordered Rowan not to kill him. What took you so long? Rowan yawned, due to waiting for Desmond for so long. I will place the blame on you if he asks what happened. Desmond refused to say anything back to Rowan and quietly sat in his seat. Unfortunately, Rowan sat opposite him, where they would be looking at each other. Why are you smiling at me? I can't kill you. What? Desmond did not understand what that had to do with his smile. I get a tingle all over my body not being able to kill you. The feeling makes me smile. Nothing gets me more excited than someone I cannot kill. I keep thinking, what if I kill you and tell my master it was an accident? I will be your master's father-in-law. You can never harm me. Desmond believed that was enough to keep him alive. Rowan covered his mouth with his hand to hide a devilish smile. Is that so? I remember these very words when I killed his first wife's father. Master truly loathed the man. Desmond tried his best to remain calm, refusing to show Rowan the fear he sought after. Just like everyone else, he was aware of William's father-in-law's death, but the family had been secretive about it and claimed it to be from a cold.
Desmond had believed the story up until this point. Desmond knew he had done nothing to offend William to the point the man would want him dead. They were longtime friends, for goodness sake, and Desmond was handing William his daughter on a silver platter. "You will eat those words one of these days," Desmond promised the shabby man.
"Tell you what, Baron, I'll help you tie me up so you can shove those words down my throat. You should know, I'm a man who enjoys pain."
Rowan licked his dry lips. "This conversation is over." Desmond no longer wished to carry on the conversation any further. He knew of Rowan to be a man with sick habits, be it with a man or woman. William was crazy for keeping such a person around, but Desmond had to admit that Rowan was loyal. No one could successfully bribe him to betray William. They couldn't figure out what William had over Rowan's head to make him this loyal.
"You are an evil person, Baron,"
Rowan said out of the blue. "Says the murderer, and have you forgotten who you work for?"
"I know my master and I are evil, but you are one of those people who play dumb to what they are. What kind of a good person hands his daughter off to a man his age?"
Rowan sighed.
"The silence is loud,"
Rowan sang as he enjoyed making Desmond feel guilty.
"Or maybe that's a thing in the town I know nothing about. A man like me knows nothing about high society. Do you care to enlighten me if this is a normal thing?"
"Are you trying to tell me not to send my daughter to William?" Desmond asked.
"Of course not. William wants her. Therefore he shall have her. But I was expecting a father to have principles, you know. Stop looking down on me when you are not a good person, Baron. I kill people, and you trade your daughter for money. We are evil brothers."
Rowan chuckled, stomping his feet against the floor as he found himself to be funny. "He's crazy," Desmond concluded. Alessandra was saving their house by becoming William's wife. He was setting her up to be the wife of one of the richest men in the town. Duke Edgar must be playing with her feelings, as Kate was a woman more suited for him. Desmond wouldn't put it past Edgar to propose to Alessandra only to make Kate jealous, and Alessandra fall for his trick. His poor daughter.
Home sweet home.
Rowan took a deep breath to inhale the air he believed to be sweeter than anywhere else.
There's nothing like the Lancaster mansion.
He opened the carriage door before the carriage itself stopped. Desmond scurried to the other end, afraid he would fall out of the door. His heart rushed while Rowan jumped out of the carriage, laughing as if he couldn't have hurt himself. He never wanted to see Rowan again after tonight, for he could accidentally kill the both of them with his recklessness. For the first time since he had left home, Desmond felt truly relieved when the carriage stopped.
Baron, we are already late. Trust me, you do not want to upset him.
"I am coming," Desmond said. He made a mental note to have the doctor visit him tomorrow to check on his heart. As Desmond exited the carriage, the gloomy atmosphere of William's mansion greeted him. It was no wonder Rowan liked the place so much. It was a place where you'd occasionally hear crows warning you to turn back. Desmond cautiously followed behind Rowan, regretting not listening to his wife telling him to stay and enjoy dinner. At least he would have eaten before William would find and kill him for not showing up. Desmond envied how grand William's house was as he entered. There was a time when he had more wealth than William, but William somehow came out on top after the years. Rowan and Desmond eventually came upon William sitting in a large chair, similar to a king's throne, at a dinner table with a woman to his side.
I have brought the Baron to you, Master.
Rowan announced their presence. Well done, old friend! William raised a glass filled with wine to Desmond. It's been so long since we had a chat. Forgive me for being unable to wait until the morning to summon you. I sent Rowan to you as a kind gesture. He does not normally escort my guests. Normally you kill them, Rowan, he chuckled. Desmond faked a laugh to remain on William's good side. The William before him right now was nothing like the person he knew in the past. It was true. Money could change anyone. William Lancaster, who was once small and shy, changed into a large, buff man after his countless hours of training. His head was covered in white hair, and so was his beard. But that did not mean you should ever underestimate him because of his age. It has been 3 days since we last spoke, Desmond said to himself. It truly has been too long, Desmond replied to William. I should thank you for helping me escape my wife tonight. I might be able to go to the red light district to relax. Is that so? Had I known this, I would have called some of the women here tonight. I understand how tough marriage can be. I've been married 2 times already, but they eventually became boring. Have a seat next to me. William pointed to the chair placed dangerously close to him. All the other chairs were spread out where guests were an arm's length apart, but this chair was right by William. If you insist. Desmond took the seat with caution. How is the wife? He asked, looking at the woman at the table. Somewhere in the house, crying her eyes out, William sighed. Desmond was now confused by the woman who sat at the table. It was so hard for him to remember what William's second wife looked like, as she was rarely seen, and there were no portraits of her around the home. William had no children, which meant this woman had to be his mistress. Why have you not brought your daughter to me, Desmond? I am not a patient man. William waved his hand, and without any words spoken, Rowan appeared by his side to hold the glass of wine instead of it being placed on the table. I was meaning to, but I ran into a problem. Duke Edgar Collins came by my home to ask for Alessandra's hand in marriage. He threatened me, and I had no choice but to agree to it. Don't worry, as I have a plan to make him marry my youngest daughter instead. Duke Edgar. William softly repeated the name with disgust. That spoiled brat is trying to steal what belongs to me. William hated Edgar from the bottom of his soul, along with Edgar's father. They were always meddling in others' affairs, implementing too many laws, and having their companions thrown into jail. Alessandra will become your wife either way. Oh, wife? William chuckled as the words left Desmond's mouth. You misunderstood my words all this time, my friend. I do not wish to make your daughter my wife. I am a collector of many things. The rumored Curse Girl shall make an excellent addition to my collection of women and items. If I am bored, she shall perform as a mistress. I remember her being beautiful as a child, therefore her face cannot be that bad. Bring her to me tomorrow, said William. But Edgar... Desmond winced as William grabbed his left thigh and squeezed it. Desmond, you have 2 choices since you are my friend. 1, you pay me back half of the money I have already given you by tomorrow. 2, you bring me your daughter, and I will give you the rest of the money debt-free. If you cannot pay me back what I gave you by tomorrow, Rowan shall pay you a visit. What is your decision? I will bring her to you tomorrow. Desmond made up his mind. Edgar and William were both terrifying men, but Desmond was more afraid of William at this moment, as he was looking to kill him right now. Good choice. William released Desmond's thigh. stay and have some food, my good friend. Besides the Baron, everyone else has retired for the night. Once the kitchen is cleaned up, all of you may return to your quarters. We have a lot of work to do tomorrow. Run along.
James clapped his hands, dismissing the servants he gathered in the kitchen.
Every day we have a lot of work. Have you spoken to the Baron about getting more workers? At least one more maid and person to help out in the kitchen.
Mario spoke up. He was tired of working 2 jobs, but only received 1.
I have brought it up to the Baron, and it will be further discussed in the morning. The Baron will not want to hear of it when he returns. Let's wait and see how tomorrow goes. Sally?
James called to the previously fired maid.
You are to be by Alessandra's door early in the morning.
Is there no other work I can do instead of being her maid? I can...
Stop right there.
James held up his hand, a signal he made to stop the workers from going against what he told them to do.
You should be thankful you aren't working under Kate. Matter of fact, you should be thankful to still have a job. Welcome to the real world, where you have to do things you do not like.
But there are many rumors surrounding her. How can I be her personal maid?
Sally was deeply worried about her future with Alessandra.
What if others start making up rumors about me? They'll say I am cursed too.
That is nothing for you to concern yourself with. Either accept Alessandra or Kate. Keep in mind that Alessandra is engaged to the Duke, and there is a possibility you will follow her to his residence until he shall hire her a personal maid he trusts. Hold out till then, and as the payment will be better,
said James. James knew Sally had come from a fallen household, so she was new to recognizing the opportunities presented to her and how to use them to her advantage. Alessandra was no longer just the Baron's daughter. She would soon become a duchess if she successfully married the Duke. It was a time to latch yourself onto Alessandra so you could follow her to the Duke's home. If he could, he would follow her in a heartbeat.
But still...
Sally trailed off, unsure if that was worth it. She already had many people talking about what happened to her family.
If you fail to be by her door when morning comes, I shall have you working under Kate again. Keep in mind, Kate is not happy with you. You've worked under her for a year. Do you wish to go back to her?
James knew this would persuade her.
No, I'll be good with Alessandra in the morning,
Sally replied.
Good.
James turned on his heel to retire now that he had checked off everything he needed to do before bed.
Why is everyone here so draining?
He rubbed his temples as he walked.
I need to find another job first, or maybe I should just quit.
James didn't care that the job wouldn't be a butler position. Anything was better than working for the Baron, as his talents were being wasted here. He was not appreciated and was overworked. In the corner of his eyes, as he was about to turn into the hallway leading to his bedroom, James thought he had seen a shadow move. But as he stared at where the shadow had been, no one seemed to be there. He blamed what he saw on how tired he was and continued to walk on.
Why is my door open?
James muttered as he found the door of his bedroom slightly opened, as if someone had been in it, and as they left, the door had not closed all the way.
Did someone steal my money? Baroness?
Hello, James. Katrina sat up from his bed. I have been waiting a long time for you to return. James didn't understand why Katrina would enter his bedroom this late into the night. He had never seen her visit the servants' quarters before.
Is there something you are in need of? I shall fetch it right away, Baroness.
Where has my husband run off to? I know you saw the name. I do not enjoy it when secrets are kept from me, James. I am a woman who must know everything. Give me the name, Katrina ordered him. James was a little fly around her husband, knowing many things she did not. James bowed his head, unable to give her an answer. The Baron made it clear he was not supposed to speak of his business to anyone, not even his own wife. You sure are loyal enough to my husband to keep your mouth shut. However, it won't do you any good to not be loyal to me. What do you think of me, James? Katrina asked, walking around the room slowly to inspect what James owned.
You are a wonderful mother and wife, Baroness. Many have spoken of your beauty.
Katrina smiled, enjoying the flattering compliments. Don't they speak of me getting with the Baron as soon as he divorced his first wife? Some spoke of me being in the picture while he was still married, and questioned how quickly I became pregnant. They are all fools, aren't they?
Yes, Baroness.
Why do you think I married the Baron, James? Katrina asked another question. James was puzzled by the questions she was asking him this late in the night, when she could have waited until morning. James felt uneasy, like something bad was going to happen.
The Baron is an excellent man.
He is, but he was also wealthy. How could I not want to get with him? You might have a poor opinion of me now, but that is the way the world works. I will admit I did fall in love with him afterward, but that love has faded away. I am bored, James, and I need something new. You are young and fresh, Katrina said as she caressed a flower James cared for in a vase. James wondered for a moment if Katrina was referring to him and not the flowers. He mentally slapped himself for having such a thought when referring to a married woman.
They are flowers from the garden. I'm going to have more of them planted around if you have any.
His voice trailed off when Katrina started to laugh. Are you really this innocent, James? I have caught your eyes on me many times before. It is good to know I still have my charm. Katrina ran her hand through her hair. I have the beauty to rival the queen. That is why many of the women here are jealous of me, right? James was unable to look at Katrina as he was filled with guilt and embarrassment for being caught staring at her. How could he not stare when she was a beautiful woman? However, he knew his boundaries. Katrina was a married woman and his employer.
It is not proper for me to do such a thing. You are married, and the Baron is a good man.
James took a step back away from her. The situation had gone from 0 to 100 quickly. It was bad enough that a married woman was alone in his room at this time, but now she was offering to have an affair with her. The Baron would have him killed if he were to know of this.
I cannot.
James refused her again and turned around to leave, but as he did so, he found a maid standing by the door. He had been so caught up in what Katrina was doing that he hadn't noticed anyone arriving or the door still being open. Katrina sighed. Why couldn't you just have accepted the offer, James? You will make things so much more difficult for yourself. You saw the whole thing, right? Yes, Baroness, the maid replied. James looked back and forth between the maid and Katrina. Only now did he remember this was Katrina's personal maid.
I rejected you.
I saw you try to take advantage of the Baroness while her husband was away,
the maid proclaimed as loudly as she could.
You?
James was in disbelief such a claim could be made when Katrina was the one coming on to him.
Baroness,
he begged Katrina to clear this up. I am alone and defenseless in my home, with my husband gone and only my daughter here. My butler tried to take advantage of me, threatening to kill me if I didn't follow him to his room. Thank goodness my maid was around and saved me in time before something could happen.
Katrina's eyes filled with tears.
Baroness,
James muttered. Still in disbelief, the woman before him could accuse him of such a thing when she was the one to walk here on her own 2 feet to seduce him. Why would she go to such lengths to have him killed? All because he did not want to sleep with her. Why was he being punished for having enough morals to not sleep with a married woman? If I were to run out and cry to the other servants, they would call the town guards to have you dragged out. What a pretty sight that would be, to watch you plead your case. But you know something, James? No one will ever believe you. Katrina wiped away the tears she easily forced out. You are just a butler. Your life means nothing compared to mine, a baroness. That is why you have to climb up the social ladder like I have, and I will continue to do so with your help. I won't go crying to anyone about what you have—
I did nothing to you.
James stopped her. He always knew she was sly, but to speak as if he had really done something to her really showed how much of a fox she was. According to my eyes and the eyes of my maid, that is not true. How evil of you to not feel guilty for what you tried to do to me. To think we sheltered such a monster in our home for so long. You could have harmed my daughter at any time. Maybe you already did and silenced Kate with your threats. Katrina gasped, using her hand to cover her mouth.
Your daughter knows I have never been inappropriate with her. Are you truly evil to do this to a man because he rejected you? I am a good man, Baroness. The words you are uttering can have me killed, and my mother yelled at me for as long as she lives,
said James. He was concerned about what would happen to his mother if this lie would spread. Such a rumor, whether true or false, would ruin him. Well, you should listen to me well if you wish to save your mother from being tormented for raising a monster. I shall ask you this one last time, and if you do not answer, I will alert the servants of what you did. Where did my husband run off to? Katrina was burning with curiosity to have the answer. Desmond was a dog wagging its tail as the master called for it. He never allowed anyone to summon him out of his home at the time of night unless that person was the king. Anyone else would have to visit her husband.
He went to William Lancaster's mansion.
James lowered his head, unable to look at Katrina as he told the Baron's business. William? Is it about Alessandra? Katrina ran her thumb against her bottom lip as she pondered the reason for Desmond hurrying off to William so late in the night. William must be impatient. That is good news for Kate. If they could get Alessandra sent off to wed William before the Duke could arrive for her, the Duke could do nothing but look for another wife. Kate would be right there as a new option.
I have answered your questions, Baroness. Please leave me.
With the answer given, James thought her business with him was done. Oh, but we are not done yet, James. Your life is in the palm of my hands. I can hold on to what you did to me for as long as I want, and then reach my breaking point, crying to my husband about the horrid deed. You are now more loyal to me than my husband. I have sent a man to watch your mother just in case you have thoughts of running, said Katrina. James looked up in horror at this revelation.
Do not touch my mother.
That all depends on you, James. Here. Katrina pulled out a bottle from her sleeves and handed it to him. Put a tiny drop in my husband's food each day, starting tomorrow. Do it until he can no longer stand on his 2 feet without help.
Why not Alessandra?
James asked as he took the bottle. He expected Katrina would also want to get rid of her. Katrina replied to his question with a smile. This wasn't her first time doing something to this degree.
It would be suspicious for Alessandra and her husband to die out of nowhere. Katrina did not need to kill Alessandra, as the cursed child would soon be out of her sight. By the time her husband died, Alessandra would already be married to William and never be able to set foot in this house.
How are you so sure I won't put this in your food instead?
James asked as he inspected the small brown bottle. Because you know I won't hesitate to kill your mother if I feel the slightest bit sick. You know, all of this could have been avoided if you answered my question in the first place, Katrina said, feeling a bit of sympathy towards him. She wouldn't have gone to such lengths if James was a proper man. Before she would make the sweet promise of raising his position in society if he pledged loyalty to her. Working for me will give you rewards you have always dreamed of. Make me proud, James, or I shall have the town guards hang you. Good night. Katrina proceeded to leave his room. Her skin crawled the entire time she stayed in the servants' quarters. It was beneath her to be in such a place, but it was needed for her to be here if she was going to use James to poison her husband. The butler had control of the food going in and out of the kitchen, so it wouldn't be suspicious for him to be around the Baron's food. Katrina regretted not seducing James long before, so he would be more loyal to her.
Do you wish for me to watch his door for the rest of the night, Baroness?
Crystal, a middle woman who had been Katrina's personal maid for 5 years, asked with her head low. James won't be leaving his room to speak to anyone. I have dealt with men like him before. He is scared out of his mind and will do as I say to protect his mother. Eventually, he will try to get something grand out of this. He will realize I will either kill him or continue to keep him by my side in the future. The outcome depends on what he does tomorrow. Here. Katrina took off a ring from her finger and tossed it to Crystal. For your continuous loyalty.
Thank you, Baroness. Your kindness knows no bounds.
Crystal dropped to the floor to show her thanks to Katrina. Katrina continued to walk, ignoring the usual compliment she would get after paying Crystal. Her maid saw the ring as a kind gesture, but Katrina saw it differently. If her plans were to be exposed and anyone started to question why her maid had expensive jewelry, Katrina would claim Crystal had been stealing them from her. She would claim Crystal threatened to expose the shameful thing James tried to do to her if she wasn't given jewelry. Besides Kate, no one else mattered in Katrina's eyes. In this cruel world, she had to be cruel to get what she wanted. Playing the role of a woman madly in love with the newly divorced Baron was her most successful plot to this day. However, she was not done yet. Everything the Baron owned needed to belong to her and Kate. Katrina halted, suddenly remembering one last thing she needed to do as a backup in case she read James wrong and he would try telling the Baron of what she did. Crystal, she turned to her maid. We must get to my bedroom quickly.
I am too old to be dealing with all of this,
Desmond muttered as he waltzed into his bedroom the next day. William made him stay the night to have drinks and brought a few women from the red light district to entertain them. No matter how many times he mentioned going home, William ignored him, and eventually, morning was upon them.
This is the shock of the century. 2 powerful men are fighting over Alessandra. What is there not to like about Kate? Where on earth is this woman?
He looked around the empty bedroom for his wife. At this time, Katrina would now be waking up. Desmond took a seat on the edge of the bed to take off his boots. He had no time to rest as there was work to do. He needed to prepare Alessandra to be sent to William's home in the night, when no one would see.
You are late.
Katrina glared at her husband when her eyes fell on him as she exited the bathroom.
Can it even be counted as late when my husband left in a hurry last night and came back in the morning? Were you with a woman? Katrina, do not be ridiculous. Why would I entertain a woman?
Katrina covered her nose as the stench of wine filled the room. The more Desmond spoke.
You were drinking.
Desmond placed his boots on the side of the bed for a maid to move later.
I am allowed to have a drink here and there. Not even my mother would be able to scold me for it if she were alive. Do not think being my wife grants you that privilege. Believe me, Desmond, I do not think it does. You could at least tell me where the hell you were running off to so late in the night so I wouldn't be concerned. You would wish to know where I was going if I were the one to rush out,
said Katrina.
Well, obviously, it is different for a woman. You cannot just leave home at night when so many women are disappearing and the culprit has not been caught. And as a wife, where would you be going when your husband is right here? I don't have the tolerance to deal with you this morning, woman.
Desmond abruptly stood up, taking off his shirt to prepare for a bath.
You insufferable man! I am disgusted by the sight of you. Do you think the other husbands treat their wives this way?
Katrina exclaimed, annoyed with the constant secrecy on Desmond's end.
I would not know since I do not think about them. I have a lot on my mind, and the last thing I need is you yelling at me as soon as I arrive home. Give me a break.
Desmond sighed, sitting back down on the bed to rest his head in the palm of his hands.
I have found myself in trouble. Then tell me what is happening so I can share your burden. That is why I am upset with you.
Katrina walked to the bed and sat down next to him. She was curious to know what had happened between him and William. She ran her hand up and down his back to calm his nerves.
Talk to me, my sweet husband. We have to send her away tonight. Alessandra, I mean. William wishes to take her, and then he would give us more money for this exchange, or have my neck if she does not go with him. Do you see why I have no time to argue with you?
Desmond looked at his wife.
Then we shall give her to him and take the money.
Katrina did not see what was so difficult for him to be in this state.
Did you spend all of the one he gave you before? No, I invested it properly this time, and it is showing to be a good idea. The money has doubled, but it is not enough to pay back William. If I had a bit more time, it could triple, and then we would be back on our feet. I promised her to William last night because of his threats, but now I am more concerned about Edgar.
Now that Desmond wasn't so close to William that the man could hurt his leg, reality hit him with who he should be more scared of. William was a cruel man, but Edgar was a monster.
Why? You promised William you would have her tonight, so you should stick to your promise. Edgar should know he cannot interfere with what a father chooses for his daughter. Alessandra does not have a ring on her finger from Edgar. Place one for William on her hand. We need the money William is offering. The money from the residents on your land won't be here in time to put us back on our feet,
said Katrina. She wanted the money William was offering in their hands, so when Desmond died, it would belong to her.
Let's hope we do not see Edgar until tomorrow. That is the only way I can survive this, Katrina.
Desmond became alerted when he saw something alarming, now that he got a good look at the woman beside him.
What happened to your neck? Oh.
Katrina traced the marks she ordered Crystal to make on her skin last night. They were right above her breast, and thanks to the loose nightdress, it was clear as day for Desmond to see.
It is nothing.
She pulled up the dress to cover the marks.
Nothing? It looks as if someone hurt you. Did someone harm you while I was away?
Desmond's blood started to boil. No one was to ever lay a hand on his wife. Who could disrespect him like this?
Who did it? Give me a name right away. Was it Alessandra? I do not wish to speak about it, Desmond. Please give me time. Give you time? Someone has hurt you, and you are talking about time? Fine, keep quiet, but I will find someone who can tell me what happened while I was away. Where is James?
Desmond knew James would be able to find out about it for him.
Desmond, you should not get sidetracked like this. You have other things to worry about.
Katrina tried to reason with him.
I cannot let someone get away with hurting my wife. Then they'll think it is right to do it to Kate. Why are you protecting this person, Katrina? Did they threaten you with something? Desmond, I will tell you about it after we have given William what he wants. We have no time to be going after others when there is someone trying to kill you. I promise I will tell you about it tonight. Please, drop it for now.
Katrina held his hands, rubbing the back of them with her thumb to calm him down. On the inside, Katrina was smiling, since she got the reaction she was looking for. This would be her evidence if James were to speak of last night.
I want the person front and center to be dealt with after Alessandra is gone. I will not let someone get away with harming you, Katrina. Come here. I need to relieve this built-up frustration.
Desmond pulled her towards him. After all the years they had been married, Katrina always found their intimacy to be lacking. The pleasure had always been one-sided for her husband.
Baroness?
A knock on the bedroom door interrupted the moment before it could get anywhere. Katrina couldn't have been more happy to hear Crystal's voice.
We have to stop, Desmond. There is a lot I must do today.
Alessandra, this is your new maid, Sally Winters. I have come to help you with your morning tasks,
Sally said after knocking on the door. Her nerves were the highest they could be, and her hand shook from fear. But as the butler said, this was better than working for Kate or being fired.
Alessandra, did you refer to Kate by her name when you worked as her personal maid?
Alessandra questioned right as she opened the door. She was curious to know who was calling her name until she remembered she asked for a maid.
Am I not worthy of having a proper title? That's...
Sally bowed her head out of shame and to avoid looking at Alessandra's cursed face. Alessandra stepped to the side to give space for Sally.
Come inside.
She knew it wasn't going to be easy to get anyone to be by her side without thinking of the rumors. Alessandra didn't understand why people truly believed looking at her face would make anyone become cursed and then die shortly. Alessandra closed the door behind Sally to avoid anyone listening to their conversation.
Are you going to continue staring at the floor? I don't think there's anything interesting about it. If there is, please tell me.
Alessandra looked down at the floor to find what was so interesting for Sally to stare there instead of looking up.
Are you afraid to meet my eyes, Sally? That would make it really hard for you to work for me. I don't need someone who will be scared of me. You can return to Kate. Wait!
Sally exclaimed. Working for Kate again was something she could not do.
Are you truly not cursed? Are you cursed?
Alessandra threw the question back to Sally.
How do I know I won't be cursed if I look at your face? There are rumors that if someone stays too close to you, their house will fall, just like your one did. That is false!
Sally yelled defensively.
I don't know where you heard such a thing. My family's misfortune was caused by bad decisions, and there is nothing cursed about us. Where did you hear this? I made it up just now.
Alessandra walked to her window to look out at the workers hurrying off to their jobs.
However, if I keep mentioning this lie, it will keep spreading to everyone, and surely they'll believe it. You cannot do that. It will ruin my life more than it already is.
Sally did not want Alessandra to do this.
Isn't that too much of a punishment because I didn't look you in the eye? It's just that you, like many others, believe the lies passed around about me. I've heard guests telling my father that if the entire town believes I'm cursed, It must be true. People in this town love gossip, and rather than finding the truth, they'd rather believe a lie. I'm not cursed, but if you do not believe me, please leave. I have no plans to keep someone who is afraid of me.
Sally stood still, contemplating her options. Kate was the devil trapped in a young girl's body, but there were many rumors surrounding Alessandra. The only saving grace for Alessandra would be Edgar, and once they were wed, everyone would change what they said about her to be on the Duke's good side.
I apologize for my earlier behavior. Please, give me the chance to make it up to you.
Sally lifted her head to look at Alessandra by the window. An opportunity presented itself for her to work for a future duchess, which meant she had to overcome her fear of getting cursed by Alessandra.
Very well. Showing you my face will be your first test.
Alessandra grinned as a faint gasp from Sally was heard. The girl was too easy to scare, which would be a bad thing in the future. Alessandra needed people by her to help maneuver around people who would start showing up in front of her once her engagement to the Duke would be announced. There would be new enemies, people looking to use her, and those wishing to be her friend. She needed an extra person to help her keep an eye on these people.
If that is what you want.
Sally played with her nails to calm her nerves. No one knew what the other side of Alessandra's face looked like. The half you could see was certainly beautiful, but the other half, hidden away behind the mask, outshined what could be seen. Everyone feared what they would see if Alessandra were to ever remove her mask. Some people claimed there would be a mark from the devil, or maybe her face had melted away.
You passed.
Alessandra walked past Sally to the corner where she had her things packed up for when the Duke would arrive tomorrow.
But I didn't see your face. I was only teasing you. Kind of expected you to run, but your determination to never work for Kate again is keeping you motivated.
Alessandra said.
You know, I picked you because of what happened in Kate's bedroom yesterday. I saw the look on your face while Kate lay there helpless. You picked me because you know I don't like Kate. Am I only here to tell you Kate's secrets? Or be the one to get revenge on her in your place?
Sally did not want to get involved in either of those things. If Kate were to ever find out Sally told Alessandra her secrets, Kate would do everything she could to ruin Sally.
No. I picked you because I know you wouldn't willingly run back to Kate to tell her everything I'm doing because you fear her. You'll have to avoid her since you witnessed me throwing shit on her.
Alessandra knew Kate well enough to know she would be out for blood when it came to Sally. Kate did not like being embarrassed, and all those who witnessed the embarrassment would be on her list.
I don't want anyone by my side who will hang around Kate. When I leave here, I want nothing to do with Kate. If I ever find out you secretly met with her, I will not keep you.
Alessandra did not want to concern herself with Kate when she was no longer living here. The moment she stepped foot out the door to go live with the Duke, her ties to Kate and Katrina would be severed. It would only be her father she wanted to get back at for abandoning her all these years.
I will never go back by her side. I promise. Working under Kate made me feel like an animal. She kept belittling and hitting me even when I did not make a mistake. I will tell you one thing since you saved me. Kate no longer seems worried about you being engaged to the Duke, which is odd considering how much she's obsessed with him,
Sally revealed. One moment, Kate had been visibly upset about the engagement, but then she kept smiling as if something good happened.
Kate isn't the type to sit by while others take what she thinks belongs to her, and the Baroness gives her daughter whatever she wants. I am always meant to be near Kate, and when she was supposed to dig the grave for your kitten, the Baron and Baroness went to speak with her.
Sally figured this information would be useful since this all happened right after the Duke left. Alessandra was glad Sally mentioned this. She found it weird her family had not once come to convince her to turn down the Duke's proposal. Other than their dislike of her roaming the house as she pleased, they all seemed awfully calm.
They talked about something while I wasn't around. They must have a plan to break my engagement to the Duke, but I have no idea what it is.
Alessandra had an unsettling feeling concerning the last day she would be with her family.
It might be a good idea to avoid them for now. Sally, bring enough food and drink to last the both of us through this day.
She gave Sally her first task. Alessandra preferred to hide away in her room than to walk around, expecting her family not to do anything foolish when it was possible they would.
Yes, my lady,
Sally replied before hurrying off to do as she was told. Alessandra placed her hand on her chest, trying to calm down her body to get rid of what she was feeling. She hoped Edgar had someone watching her home, just in case her family might try to get rid of her.
Please let this one day go by smoothly.
When Sally returned with the food and drinks, the door would be locked until the Duke arrived.
My lady, don't you think it's time we stepped out of the room to stretch your feet? No one has come looking for you.
Sally had long grown tired of sitting around in Alessandra's bedroom, doing nothing the entire day. The silence was unbearable. From breakfast to near the time for dinner, Alessandra made the two of them stay locked away in her room. Sally regretted telling Alessandra what she saw.
Aren't you bored?
She asked.
Have you already forgotten I spent many years locked away in my bedroom? I am beyond the point of feeling bored. I told you there are books you can read, or you could paint one of my canvases,
Alessandra said whilst laying on her bed with her eyes closed.
Your books are not entertaining, and I do not know how to paint,
Sally replied.
You do not have to be good at painting to do it. You only need a vision, paint, brush, and canvas.
Sally smacked her face with her hand, feeling defeated once again.
Can I at least get dinner for us? The fruits and pastries I brought are nice, but you need something proper to fill you up. I don't want the Duke to have my head for not properly feeding his fiancée. I am the one who told you to stay put. The Duke cannot get mad at you for it. At least, I don't think he will. My lady?
Sally looked at Alessandra in disbelief.
The Duke's temper is nothing you can predict when he is upset. Are you aware he lifted your father into the air at the party?
Alessandra's eyes flew open upon hearing this.
What? Why would he do that?
Sally shrugged, unsure of the reason behind Edgar's actions.
No one was able to hear a lot of their conversation, but the crazy thing is, it seemed like your father apologized to the Duke afterward. Wow,
Alessandra said, amazed by the Duke even more.
I heard he could do whatever he wanted, but this is beyond my imagination. Isn't he cool? Cool?
Sally tilted her head slightly, confused by why the word cool was used.
I agree that in some aspects the Duke is cool, but I wouldn't use it to describe him embarrassing your father out of the blue. You should never forget that Edgar Collins is a dangerous man. Don't let his handsome face fool you.
Alessandra remained silent, not wanting to explain to Sally that a dangerous man was what she had always wanted. A man her father could not go against. If only she could have witnessed her father getting embarrassed by the Duke.
Alessandra! It's your father!
Sally gasped, afraid the man might have heard what she said. It was weird timing for him to arrive now.
Should I open the door?
She stood up from her seat.
No.
Alessandra sat up,
She had to trust her gut feeling and not do anything foolish.
Sit back down,
she ordered Sally while she stood up. Alessandra walked to the door, but did not open it. Alessandra walked to the door, but did not open it.
What do you need, Father?
It is almost time for dinner to be served. Do you not plan to come out and eat with your family?
Desmond's muffled voice asked on the other side of the door.
I am going to eat in my bedroom tonight. My maid will bring food for the both of us. You can go back now.
Alessandra replied.
Walk away, walk away, walk away,
she chanted over and over in her head. Her father never liked her being at the table for dinner after she started wearing a mask. He didn't bat an eye when Katrina said she was no longer welcomed at the table. Even though Edgar might have threatened him, Alessandra knew her father wouldn't care about her enough to push for her to eat dinner with the rest of them like a family.
Does it make sense for you to not eat dinner with us? Come on!
The doorknob started to shake as Desmond twisted it on the other side.
Everyone is waiting for you to come to the table. You always wanted to sit with us. Why are you letting this moment pass by when this will be your last night here?
Alessandra slowly backed away from the door, knowing she had to get out of here somehow. He was pushing too hard for her to come out.
Sally, tie the sheets on my bed as quickly as you can. Enough that they can reach from my window to the ground,
she whispered so her father wouldn't be alerted.
I'd rather stay in my room tonight, Father. I need to be prepared for when the Duke arrives tomorrow. I cannot keep him waiting.
You cannot marry the Duke, Alessandra. The two of you are not suited for one another. I have found a man who wishes to marry you. He speaks highly of you. Open your door so we can talk about it.
Desmond twisted the doorknob once more.
I am only going to marry Edgar Collins. The proposal has already been accepted.
Alessandra looked back at Sally as she spoke. The sheets were being tied triple to ensure that they wouldn't become loose when she started to use them. She only needed to distract her father a while longer.
It has not been announced to the public yet. You are not one to enjoy attention on you, Alessandra. It's better for you to marry the man I picked. Come out and talk with me.
I said I am going to stay in my room tonight. I'm going to marry the Duke.
Ah! Alessandra flinched when the door was smacked.
Alessandra, stop getting on my nerves and do as I say. It is not up for debate. Come out right now before I break this door down.
It is done, Sally called to Alessandra.
She tied the sheets to Alessandra's table and lowered them out the window.
I didn't know what else to tie it to. Shouldn't you just go out to your father? It's best to open the door. You've worked here long enough to know nothing good will come from me opening that door. Hold on to the sheet because that table won't stay still. Now!
Alessandra yelled when Sally wouldn't move. It wouldn't be long before her father got his hands on the key to open her door. Alessandra placed one foot out of the window and then the other.
This is a bad idea,
she repeated as she held on to the tied sheets.
This was your bad idea,
Sally wanted her to remember. If anything happened to Alessandra, she would be punished. On her first day as Alessandra's maid, she would be punished for letting Alessandra jump out a window. She had to save herself.
I'm sorry. I have to open the door. No, wait!
Alessandra's words were cut off as she fell the moment Sally released the sheets. The table was dragged towards the window as it wasn't strong enough to stay in place with Alessandra suddenly falling. Sally yelled as she realized her grave mistake. She looked out the window, hoping Alessandra had not hurt herself. And luckily, Alessandra was still hanging onto the sheets. She had not fallen far enough to hit the ground.
Thank goodness. I'm sorry. I did not want to get into trouble. And you thought potentially letting me fall to my death would save you?
Alessandra glared at Sally. She could have fallen flat on the ground had she not been holding onto the sheets. Alessandra took deep breaths to calm down her breathing. It was partially her fault for thinking Sally wouldn't get scared and try to open the door.
Alessandra!
Desmond exclaimed, entering the room in search of his daughter.
Where is she?
He yelled at Sally as she was the only one in the room. His eyes followed her nervous gaze down to what looked to be a rope in her hands.
Alessandra!
He ran to the window, realizing what his daughter had done. Desmond shoved Sally to the side to get a good look out the window. This action caused Sally to release the sheets the moment she was pushed.
Alessandra, do not run away from me. James?
He turned to the butler, who had been the one to open Alessandra's door with the keys he carried around.
Stop her from leaving. Yes, Baron.
James left the room in a hurry to search for Alessandra.
You useless fool.
Desmond raised his hand to slap Sally, but held himself back, since getting Alessandra was more important. Rowan was already here to collect Alessandra, and if she were to escape, Rowan would kill him on sight.
I'll deal with you later.
He gritted his teeth, leaving to find Alessandra. Meanwhile, Alessandra sat up from the ground after she made the decision to slide down the sheets, not caring if she might fall. Inevitably, she ended up colliding into a branch from the tree right outside her window, injuring her arm as she crashed against it when the sheets began to swing her around as she slid down. As fear took over her body, Alessandra was unaware of the pain in her arm or the pain coming from stepping on fallen twigs and rocks as she was barefoot. Her mask slipped off from her face, but like everything else, Alessandra paid no attention to it. Alessandra began to run towards the gates, as it would be her way of escaping her father. Alessandra resembled a ghost running in the night as her dark hair and white dress blew around in the cold air. She never once looked back to see if there was anyone running after her. Alessandra only had her eyes set on the gate.
My lady, please stop running.
James called out to her from the front door when he spotted her running from the right side of the home towards the gates. Alessandra began to slow down when she stumbled across an unfamiliar carriage blocking her path to go towards the gates. She ran to her right to avoid whoever was in the carriage, since it might be the person her father wanted to marry her off to.
Alessandra!
Her father's yelling could be heard not too far behind her. Alessandra picked up her pace, but the moment she passed by the other side of the carriage, she laid eyes on a man twirling a dagger around his fingers. He smiled when he looked up and saw her running past him.
Where are you going, little one? Master won't be happy if you get away.
Rowan began chasing after Alessandra. He knew he should not have trusted the Baron to bring his daughter quietly. Alessandra ran as fast as she could towards the gates. Unfortunately, Rowan was much faster and tackled her to the ground when he became within an arm's reach of her.
Get off me!
She kicked her legs to get away from him.
You're lucky the master does not want to scratch on you. But from the look of your face, he is already too late.
Rowan grinned, pinning her down to the ground by holding down her hands.
Scream more. It entices me.
Get off!
Alessandra continued to kick at him as she tried her best to wiggle her hands from out of his grasp.
Good, you got her.
Desmond hunched over, panting. He was too old to be chasing after anyone.
Hurry up and take her. I will send her things to you in one of my carriages. Why did you have to make things difficult for yourself, Alessandra? James, find her mask.
My mask?
Alessandra stopped struggling when reality hit her. Everyone could see her face.
Take me back inside now.
I am going to marry the Duke,
she yelled, continuing to put up a fight against the man pinning her down.
I told you there is another man for you. Do not make me have to hit you, Alessandra. I have refrained from being that kind of man for a long time.
When? Alessandra interrupted her father.
I saw it with my own eyes when you hit a woman. You did it to my mother. Stop trying to act like a good man.
You little shit.
Desmond raised his hand.
This is a nice family moment, but my master is waiting for her,
Rowan said. He roughly pushed Alessandra's hands together, creating bruises on her skin from moving her hands against the small stones on the ground.
If you kick me one more time, I shall drive my dagger into your neck. My master doesn't care if you are alive or dead. You are only meant to be added to his collection.
Tears formed in Alessandra's eyes, as the stranger's words didn't sound like she was being sent to wed someone. Being added to a collection sounded like something sinister. Rowan smiled, seeing the tears start to fall from her eyes. He always enjoyed the moment his victims realized their fate. He wanted to taunt her some more, to see her shed more tears, but he needed to leave quickly to avoid being seen by anyone else. She had already made too much noise with her screaming.
Aaron, open the door right now,
Rowan ordered Desmond.
You were supposed to have her well-dressed and prepared to be taken. Is there nothing you can do right?
Desmond clenched his fist, tempted to punch Rowan. It was not like he expected Alessandra to be so daring to jump out of her window. How did she even know what was going to happen?
I didn't expect her to.
His voice died down when the sound of another carriage entering his home was heard. Desmond squinted his eyes, trying to get a look at the flag at the front of the carriage to see who was visiting him so late without any notice.
Who the hell? Oh no.
His eyes widened when the symbol of a falcon came into view when the carriage stopped.
It's Edgar. What am I supposed to do?
He looked to Rowan for help.
Why are you looking at me for answers?
Rowan asked while releasing Alessandra. He was not here to create any problems with the Duke.
You are her father. You get the final say in who she marries. Do it quickly.
That is easier said than done.
Desmond was on the verge of shitting himself. Edgar was not meant to come for Alessandra until tomorrow morning, so why was he here now? Had he been watching their house this entire time? Desmond gulped, watching the carriage door slowly open and Edgar step outside. Edgar's eyes were fixated on Alessandra.
Duke Edgar, what brings you here at this time?
Edgar ignored Desmond for now. He approached Alessandra, stooping down to check her condition. Her hands covered her face, probably to hide it from him. There were scratches along her arm. Her dress was dirty, and she was not even wearing shoes.
Come with me, Alessandra.
He gently placed his hands under her thighs and back to lift her up. Desmond took a step back, pointing at Edgar to stop him.
Where do you think you're taking her? She is to marry someone else.
Edgar took Alessandra back to his carriage, carefully placing her in the seat in case she had injuries he could not see.
How are you here?
Alessandra questioned. She found his timing to be weird. How did he know she was desperately wishing for him to arrive?
You rejected the first ring I brought to you. There is a skilled man in your neighborhood I had making the new one. I was on my way back from collecting it when I saw the commotion in front of your home. Good girl.
Edgar ran his hand through a strand of her hair to remove pieces of grass. It seemed like she was running towards the gates to escape. Had she not done this, when he was passing by, Edgar would not have seen anything odd and kept going home.
Edgar took off his coat and placed it over Alessandra's head to help hide her face. Once he did this, she pulled the sides of the coat to hide her face and looked away from him. Edgar reached for his sword, sitting on the other side of the carriage while she was not looking at him.
"Do you care for your father, Alessandra?"
he asked, unsheathing his sword as he awaited her answer. It sounded like an innocent question, but Alessandra knew what he was implying. If she said no, then her father would not live another day.
"If you harm my father, the town guards will question you."
"You are to be my wife, Alessandra. No one, not even the king himself, could disrespect you and get away with it while I am still alive. Tell me your answer. Do you care for him?"
Edgar gripped his sword tighter, ready to kill both men for what they had done to her.
"I do not,"
Alessandra replied.
Alessandra's denial hung heavy in the air, a desperate gamble played against a man who held her father's life in the balance. Edgar, his eyes narrowed, and a chilling determination hardening his features, sheathed his sword. Will Alessandra's deception come back to haunt her? What will happen to her father now that he has seemingly betrayed his daughter? How will Edgar react to Alessandra's cold denial, especially considering the tender care he had shown her earlier?
Hey, I'm Alessandra. If you're wondering what happens next, download the Pocket FM app now and listen to the exciting episodes of The Duke's Masked Bride.
Pocket FM.
To unlock all the episodes, click the link in bio.